Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer. Welcome to my studio and today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, excited because this is the 30th anniversary. This is the 30th workshop we've done since the start of doing the virtual workshops. 30 weeks has gone so quick, but this one's a special one, folks, because we have a landscape orientation piece of paper ready to paint a single scene made up of 4 seasons. So you've got your spring, summer, autumn, winter. This is going to be a beautiful painting, folks. Can't wait to do this with you. Really looking forward to next week's one. I've got to say this has been the most popular workshop we've had for bookings. All the way through the night, people have been booking this one. Friday the 23rd of October. First time we've done a Friday. This is because I'm actually working elsewhere on next weekend. So Friday. Now what's special about this, folks, is it's a scene I've been waiting to do for a long time. Paint beautiful emperor penguins in a stunning Antarctica scene with a beautiful sunset casting those warm colours over the ice and beautiful reflections in the ocean as well. This is going to be a stunning scene, folks. Get yourself booked into this one Friday the 23rd of October. We are over 70% full. Like I say, it's been the most popular one so far, so please get yourself booked in. And as well as getting the workshop, I'm also going to give everybody that books a second free watercolor video tutorial. This is a exclusive one that's not been seen on Watercolor TV or anywhere. A brand new video is going to come out to you as well, which you will get as part of booking this. So as well as your normal workshop on Friday the 23rd, the beautiful penguins in the Antarctica scene, you're also going to get an exclusive video lesson, which is just for you guys that book, only people that book. We do have a limited availability on the free video as well as the workshop, so a great time to book in is now. Please get yourself booked in. You will enjoy that one. It's going to be a beautiful picture to do. And don't forget, folks, if you can't watch it live on Friday the 23rd, the great thing about these workshops is you can watch them back at any time. It's yours to keep. So if you like the idea of doing them on the Saturday or the Sunday, save it till then. It's great. You can enjoy and paint along with this at any time. It's yours to keep once you've booked. Anybody that books into this workshop will get the chance today, another exciting one, because it's the special 30th anniversary. Anyone that books into this workshop the 23rd of October during this live workshop will get the chance to win over £100 worth of books and art materials. Okay, it's going to be a beautiful giveaway, folks, to celebrate the 30th anniversary. And all you need to take part in that is to book the workshop, and then away you go. So get yourself booked in, folks. Get yourself geared up for this one. We are approaching 80% full on this one, so it really is worth getting yourself booked in. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up. Looking forward to starting this single scene made up of all 4 seasons, starting at 10 AM. So I will see you very soon. That's UK time, of course. See you in a bit. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer. Welcome to my studio and today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, excited because this is the 30th anniversary. This is the 30th workshop we've done since the start of doing the virtual workshops. 30 weeks has gone so quick, but this one's a special one, folks, because we have a landscape orientation piece of paper ready to paint a single scene made up of 4 seasons. So you've got your spring, summer, autumn, winter. This is going to be a beautiful painting, folks. Can't wait to do this with you. Really looking forward to next week's one. I've got to say this has been the most popular workshop we've had for bookings. All the way through the night, people have been booking this one. Friday the 23rd of October. First time we've done a Friday. This is because I'm actually working elsewhere on next weekend. So Friday. Now what's special about this, folks, is it's a scene I've been waiting to do for a long time. Paint beautiful emperor penguins in a stunning Antarctica scene with a beautiful sunset casting those warm colours over the ice and beautiful reflections in the ocean as well. This is going to be a stunning scene, folks. Get yourself booked into this one, Friday the 23rd of October. We are over 70% full. Like I say, it's been the most popular one so far, so please get yourself booked in. And as well as getting the workshop, I'm also going to give everybody that books a second free watercolour video tutorial. This is a exclusive one that's not been seen on Watercolour TV or anywhere. A brand new video is going to come out to you as well, which you will get as part of booking this. So as well as your normal workshop on Friday the 23rd, the beautiful penguins in the Antarctica scene, you're also going to get an exclusive video lesson, which is just for you guys that book, only people that book. We do have limited availability on the free video as well as the workshop, so a great time to book in is now. Please get yourself booked in. You will enjoy that one. It's going to be a beautiful picture to do. And don't forget, folks, if you can't watch it live on Friday the 23rd, the great thing about these workshops is you can watch them back at any time. It's yours to keep. So if you like the idea of doing them on the Saturday or the Sunday, save it till then. It's great. You can enjoy and paint along with this at any time. It's yours to keep once you've booked. Anybody that books into this workshop will get the chance today, another exciting one, because it's the special 30th anniversary. Anyone that books into this workshop the 23rd of October during this live workshop will get the chance to win over £100 worth of books and art materials. Okay, it's going to be a beautiful giveaway, folks, to celebrate the 30th anniversary. And all you need to take part in that is to book the workshop, and then away you go. So get yourself booked in, folks. Get yourself geared up for this one. We are approaching 80% full on this one, so it really is worth getting yourself booked in. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up. Looking forward to starting this single scene made up of all 4 seasons, starting at 10 AM. So I will see you very soon. That's UK time, of course. See you in a bit. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer. Welcome to my studio and today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, excited because this is the 30th anniversary. This is the 30th workshop we've done since the start of doing the virtual workshops. 30 weeks has gone so quick, but this one's a special one, folks, because we have a landscape orientation piece of paper ready to paint a single scene made up of 4 seasons. So you've got your spring, summer, autumn, winter. This is going to be a beautiful painting, folks. Can't wait to do this with you. Really looking forward to next week's one. I've got to say this has been the most popular workshop we've had for bookings. All the way through the night, people have been booking this one. Friday the 23rd of October. First time we've done a Friday. This is because I'm actually working elsewhere on next weekend. So Friday. Now what's special about this, folks, is it's a scene I've been waiting to do for a long time. Paint beautiful emperor penguins in a stunning Antarctica scene with a beautiful sunset casting those warm colours over the ice and beautiful reflections in the ocean as well. This is going to be a stunning scene, folks. Get yourself booked into this one, Friday the 23rd of October. We are over 70% full. Like I say, it's been the most popular one so far, so please get yourself booked in. And as well as getting the workshop, I'm also going to give everybody that books a second free watercolour video tutorial. This is a exclusive one that's not been seen on Watercolour TV or anywhere. A brand new video is going to come out to you as well, which you will get as part of booking this. So as well as your normal workshop on Friday the 23rd, the beautiful penguins in the Antarctica scene, you're also going to get an exclusive video lesson, which is just for you guys that book, only people that book. We do have limited availability on the free video as well as the workshop, so a great time to book in is now. Please get yourself booked in. You will enjoy that one. It's going to be a beautiful picture to do. And don't forget, folks, if you can't watch it live on Friday the 23rd, the great thing about these workshops is you can watch them back at any time. It's yours to keep. So if you like the idea of doing them on the Saturday or the Sunday, save it till then. It's great. You can enjoy and paint along with this at any time. It's yours to keep once you've booked. Anybody that books into this workshop will get the chance today, another exciting one, because it's the special 30th anniversary. Anyone that books into this workshop the 23rd of October during this live workshop will get the chance to win over £100 worth of books and art materials. Okay, it's going to be a beautiful giveaway, folks, to celebrate the 30th anniversary. And all you need to take part in that is to book the workshop, and then away you go. So get yourself booked in, folks. Get yourself geared up for this one. We are approaching 80% full on this one, so it really is worth getting yourself booked in. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up. Looking forward to starting this single scene made up of all 4 seasons, starting at 10 AM. So I will see you very soon. That's UK time, of course. See you in a bit. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer. Welcome to my studio and today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, excited because this is the 30th anniversary. This is the 30th workshop we've done since the start of doing the virtual workshops. 30 weeks has gone so quick, but this one's a special one, folks, because we have a landscape orientation piece of paper ready to paint a single scene made up of 4 seasons. So you've got your spring, summer, autumn, winter. This is going to be a beautiful painting, folks. Can't wait to do this with you. Really looking forward to next week's one. I've got to say this has been the most popular workshop we've had for bookings. All the way through the night, people have been booking this one. Friday the 23rd of October. First time we've done a Friday. This is because I'm actually working elsewhere on next weekend. So Friday. Now what's special about this, folks, is it's a scene I've been waiting to do for a long time. Paint beautiful emperor penguins in a stunning Antarctica scene with a beautiful sunset casting those warm colours over the ice and beautiful reflections in the ocean as well. This is going to be a stunning scene, folks. Get yourself booked into this one, Friday the 23rd of October. We are over 70% full. Like I say, it's been the most popular one so far, so please get yourself booked in. And as well as getting the workshop, I'm also going to give everybody that books a second free watercolour video tutorial. This is a exclusive one that's not been seen on Watercolour TV or anywhere. A brand new video is going to come out to you as well, which you will get as part of booking this. So as well as your normal workshop on Friday the 23rd, the beautiful penguins in the Antarctica scene, you're also going to get an exclusive video lesson, which is just for you guys that book, only people that book. We do have limited availability on the free video as well as the workshop, so a great time to book in is now. Please get yourself booked in. You will enjoy that one. It's going to be a beautiful picture to do. And don't forget, folks, if you can't watch it live on Friday the 23rd, the great thing about these workshops is you can watch them back at any time. It's yours to keep. So if you like the idea of doing them on the Saturday or the Sunday, save it till then. It's great. You can enjoy and paint along with this at any time. It's yours to keep once you've booked. Anybody that books into this workshop will get the chance today, another exciting one, because it's the special 30th anniversary. Anyone that books into this workshop the 23rd of October during this live workshop will get the chance to win over £100 worth of books and art materials. Okay, it's going to be a beautiful giveaway, folks, to celebrate the 30th anniversary. And all you need to take part in that is to book the workshop, and then away you go. So get yourself booked in, folks. Get yourself geared up for this one. We are approaching 80% full on this one, so it really is worth getting yourself booked in. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up. Looking forward to starting this single scene made up of all 4 seasons, starting at 10 AM. So I will see you very soon. That's UK time, of course. See you in a bit. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hi, my name is Matthew Palmer. Welcome to my studio and today's live virtual watercolour workshop. Today, of course, excited because this is the 30th anniversary. This is the 30th workshop we've done since the start of doing the virtual workshops. 30 weeks has gone so quick, but this one's a special one, folks, because we have a landscape orientation piece of paper ready to paint a single scene made up of 4 seasons. So you've got your spring, summer, autumn, winter. This is going to be a beautiful painting, folks. Can't wait to do this with you. Really looking forward to next week's one. I've got to say this has been the most popular workshop we've had for bookings. All the way through the night, people have been booking this one. Friday the 23rd of October. First time we've done a Friday. This is because I'm actually working elsewhere on next weekend. So Friday. Now what's special about this, folks, is it's a scene I've been waiting to do for a long time. Paint beautiful emperor penguins in a stunning Antarctica scene with a beautiful sunset casting those warm colours over the ice and beautiful reflections in the ocean as well. This is going to be a stunning scene, folks. Get yourself booked into this one, Friday the 23rd of October. We are over 70% full. Like I say, it's been the most popular one so far, so please get yourself booked in. And as well as getting the workshop, I'm also going to give everybody that books a second free watercolor video tutorial. This is a exclusive one that's not been seen on Watercolor TV or anywhere. A brand new video is going to come out to you as well, which you will get as part of booking this. So as well as your normal workshop on Friday the 23rd, the beautiful penguins in the Antarctica scene, you're also going to get an exclusive video lesson, which is just for you guys that book, only people that book. We do have limited availability on the free video as well as the workshop, so a great time to book in is now. Please get yourself booked in. You will enjoy that one. It's going to be a beautiful picture to do. And don't forget, folks, if you can't watch it live on Friday the 23rd, the great thing about these workshops is you can watch them back at any time. It's yours to keep. So if you like the idea of doing them on the Saturday or the Sunday, save it till then. It's great. You can enjoy and paint along with this at any time. It's yours to keep once you've booked. Anybody that books into this workshop will get the chance today, another exciting one, because it's the special 30th anniversary. Anyone that books into this workshop the 23rd of October during this live workshop will get the chance to win over £100 worth of books and art materials. Okay, it's going to be a beautiful giveaway, folks, to celebrate the 30th anniversary. And all you need to take part in that is to book the workshop, and then away you go. So get yourself booked in, folks. Get yourself geared up for this one. We are approaching 80% full on this one, so it really is worth getting yourself booked in. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up. Looking forward to starting this single scene made up of all 4 seasons, starting at 10 AM. So I will see you very soon. That's UK time, of course. See you in a bit. Grab a coffee, get yourself geared up, get yourself booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hello, folks. Hi, welcome. Hello, welcome to the workshop. Just been sat listening to the chat, if that's the right way of saying it. You're like on the ball today, not missing a trick. First of all, welcome to today's workshop. Secondly, let me know if the sound's okay. Is the sound all right? Yeah? Let me know if the sound's okay. And then if we do happen to lose connection again, then you'll get a brand new link through. So first of all, just to put something right, if you book into this workshop here, this workshop that you can see at the bottom of the screen, Friday the 23rd of October, this is the one I've been waiting for, folks. This is the emperor penguins in the Antarctic landscape with the sunset casting across the ice and the snow. Going to be a lovely one. It's going to be a warm, snowy Antarctic scene with this, with the ocean, of course, and a group of beautiful penguins. Can't wait for that one. Spaces have been going super quick for this one, so thank you for booking. Everybody that's booked, whether yesterday or today or tomorrow or next week. No, I'll start again. Hello, welcome to today's virtual workshop. Everybody that's booked into this workshop, whether you booked yesterday or today, up until the end of this workshop broadcasting live today, Sunday 18th of October, gets included in the prize draw to win £100 worth of art materials. We've got some art books, brand new art books. We've got materials, we've got paints, we've got brushes, we've got DVDs. It's a big giveaway. It's the biggest giveaway we've done so far. And to take part in this giveaway, you've just got to book into this workshop, basically. Now, I know Friday is the first time we've done a Friday. Is the sound okay? Sound good? Perfect. It's the first time that we've done a Friday, and the reason is because I'm doing something else at the weekend. I can't avoid it. So Friday, if you can't watch it live, don't forget you can also watch it back at any time. Shows to keep forever. Okay, so all you've got to do is book in to take part in the prize draw, £100 giveaway. But what's really special is everybody that books into this workshop up to a certain limit, limited availability. There's also, you'll get a link sent out to you next Friday with a second video lesson, a brand new video tutorial that's never been published on Watercolour TV for you to enjoy. So you get a second video as well. You get the live video that we're doing now, if you like, obviously on Friday, and then you also get a second one exclusive for people that book. It's a one-off, folks, and it's something that I've been holding on to for this Friday workshop. Okay, so yeah, you get sent 2 links, one for the live, one for the non-live, and as long as you keep the email, it's yours to keep forever. Special one, special, extra special workshop next week, folks. And it's special today. We've got the champagne here. It's a shame I can't share it with you because it's the 30th. It's the 30th workshop today. 30, folks. We've been doing this for 30 weeks now, so well done to everybody that's taken part in the virtual workshops. This one's a bit of a special one because we're going to take a scene and divide it into 4 pictures. It's going to be 4 pictures that will make up one landscape. It's going to be a landscape. It's going to have rivers, going to have trees, going to have hills, going to have foreground. We're going to have some fun painting this, folks. Almost 0 sketching involved, which is great, so don't worry about any sketching. What is useful for this one is some masking tape for dividing the picture into 4. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Let's have a little talk about materials then, shall we? So we've got the palette here. Let's get that up there so we can see what we're doing here. There we go. We've got the palette there, folks. We've got the palette cam on the job again. Colours. Now, as always, if you've got all these natural colours, then absolutely, yes, you can use them. But if you're working with a limited palette of primary colours like we speak about throughout these workshops, then just using primary colours will be fine. The one you tend to use more is the yellow, so a nice bright yellow. Natural yellow light is what I've got there. If you've not got that, you could use cadmium yellow. You could use aureolin. You could use gambons. You could use cadmium yellow. The blue, a nice bright blue. This particular one is called natural blue. A nice bright blue. If you've not got natural blue, folks, you might have cobalt blue. Or you might possibly even have French ultramarine, or you might have even better the non-granulating French ultramarine, which is a lovely colour. Natural blue is a blend of 4 blues, so you get that nice vibrancy coming through. Lovely. We've got the red here, folks, for the 3rd primary colour. This particular one is called natural red. If you've not got natural red, you might have alizarin crimson, or you might have rose madder, but natural red would work very nice. It's a strong colour, so you don't tend to use much of it. Look at those tubes. When you start painting, you instantly become a tight artiste. You get the last little bit out of the tube, don't you? So that's the main 3 colours. Other colours that we may well use would be a white. Now, we talk about white every single week on these virtuals classes, and we say that white paint it's just useful, and quite often it puts the spit and polish on. It really does. And every picture we've done, pretty much the white features massively. I mean, if you look at this bumblebee here, I'm sure some of you remember painting the bumblebee. If we can get him on camera. There's the bumblebee. The white paint went in on the bee, and it also went in inside the flowers and on the edges. It just gives extra life. And probably no better example than that was last week's virtual class. Here it is. Last week's class was lovely because it was the autumnal still life, and the white paint featured. It made the chestnuts look a bit sparkly. It put the highlight on the berries. It put a bit of highlight in here, so a stunning one. And I've got to say that's been the most viewed workshop we've done, that one so far. So it's looking like next week's Antarctic scene's proving to be a very popular one as well. Okay, sorry, back to back to business. Back to business. Let's get rid of those flashing bars, shall we? Right, sorry, just sorting out the palette cam there. A few technical issues, as in the wire come out. There we go. We now have the palette cam in place. We are cooking on gas. Right, okay, folks. So, yes. So I'll just say that again because there's a bit of confusion in the chat here, and this is the problem with chat. It's good and everything, but obviously you can get carried away. Chinese whispers. Anybody that's booked in, whether you booked in at midnight last night or at 10 o'clock yesterday for next week's Friday, here it is, Friday the 23rd workshop, every single person that's booked on before the end of this live broadcast gets the chance to win £100 worth of art materials. We're talking brushes, paints, paper. We've got some books and some DVDs, masking tape, masking fluid. It's the biggest giveaway we've had. One person who's booked in to this workshop, no matter what time you booked, gets the chance to win. Okay, does that make it clear? Let me know in the chat, folks, because I've had people email me about this. Okay, but forget that. Let's get into the painting. We got as far as white paint. We've got the three primary colours: the blue, the yellow, the red. Okay, we've got those, brilliant. Now, if you've not got that version, you could use something different. Here we've got white. White paint is useful. It's not essential, but it's useful. This particular one is natural white, or you might have titanium or gouache or white acrylic. Something white would work great later. An optional colour that was mentioned in the materials list was natural violet. Now, if you've got some natural violet, that's going to be useful, okay? If you've not got it, you can mix violet from your primary colours, but if you've got natural violet, good time to use it. And if you've got my natural colours, you can use all of them. Great, brilliant for this. If you've not got them, then don't worry too much because it's a mixture of all the different primary colours. You can do this picture with three colours, but a couple of optional colours, the opaque white or the titanium white or the gouache or some kind of white from a tube, great. The blue is natural blue, the yellow is natural yellow light, the red is natural red. Variations of those, absolutely fine. Any blue, yellow, red would work in theory, and natural violet would also be very useful. That's the materials as far as paints are concerned. In the palette, we have the three brushes. We've got the 20 or the 16. We've got the 10. We've got the 6. 3 standard brushes. Optional brushes that you might decide to use. Get that out of the way of the camera. Optional brushes that you might decide to use would be a square lift out brush. Very popular brush. And of course the beautiful branch and detail brush. So we have a variation on those as well. Okay. Branch and detail brush is basically a rigger brush. It's a long pointy brush. So if you've got a rigger brush or a size 2 or a size 1 brush, brilliant. But this particular branch and detail brush, this is the smallest one. It's basically a size 8 brush with a point in the middle. And it's a lovely brush. And a lift out brush is a flat brush. They are optional. Like the violet and the white. Very much optional colours. Okay. Very much optional colours. Okay. Now again, folks, I want to mention just one last time, if we do lose connection at any time through this workshop, give me half an hour, relax, put the kettle on. It's only happened once, and that was last week. It was a stressful day. I had a couple of beers after. But if we do lose connection, if we lose the bond between us, the connection, if the connection goes, if everybody reaches out and touches the screens and thinks positive thoughts, the connection will magically reappear. But it takes about 30 minutes. Does that make sense? Of course it does. Brilliant. Okay. But hopefully it won't happen. One or two things will happen. It'll either reconnect or you'll get a new email with a new link. Okay, but it's fine. But remember, this is your workshop to enjoy. Let's get stuck in some painting. It's about bloody time. Let's get close into the canvas. It's not a canvas. It's kind of a canvas because it's cotton. A beautiful piece of cotton watercolour paper. What could possibly go wrong? So the only bit of sort of sketchy stuff I want to do, not even sketching if I'm being honest, is to very loosely divide the picture up into the four seasons. Okay, now I'm working landscape. This particular sheet of paper is quarter imperial, and basically we're going to divide it into four loosely. You can measure if you like, doesn't really matter. You can use the famous British shatterproof ruler. Can you imagine a life before shatterproof rulers? Hey, don't even worth thinking about, does it? Now, if I was to loosely divide this into four, I'm quite happy with what I've just done there. I've put 4 little marks in pencil at the top, okay? But if you want to get an idea, it's going to be around 3.5 inches for each bit, okay? Loosely. And then I'm going to take a pencil and very, very loosely, very lightly, just pop a very weak, the weakest of possible pencil lines, just going down here. So giving me the 4 quarters, the 4 seasons. You can measure it if you want to be more precise, but you know, life's too short for that. Now that's a very faint bit of pencil there, folks. Roughly 3.25 inches for each little section. If you're not happy because you've got one a bit wider than the other, it really doesn't matter. If I'm honest, that one could move over a bit, that could move over a bit. But just measure it, just guess. If you want to be, if you're a drafts person, it's going to be another long day, folks. If you're a drafts person, I've actually got a new easel, but I'm attached to this one. This easel is about 12 years old and it's battered. But if you want to very loosely divide up your paper with vertical lines, loosely being the key word here, folks, that is just a very weak pencil. 1, 2, 3 lines will give you 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the only tricky thing you've got to do today, folks. Trust me, I'm an artist. Very faint, folks. The pencil is very, very faint. It wants to be very, very faint. Yeah, if you saw this easel, maybe when the new one comes into use, maybe this one should be a star giveaway. Possibly. You don't think? It'll be a super special prize. Nice to see Georgina's using the new paper. Well, not new paper, but this paper. New as in it's been around about 10 years, but it's all part of the fun. So it's divided very loosely into 4. Now, the sky is pretty much going to be the same all the way through with a little bit of variation. The only bit that's going to be painted in mass is the sky and the water. The sky and the water are going to be painted in one go. Then we'll divide it into the 4 sections and work on each one individually. That's the process. Now, the focus will reappear, folks, once we start painting. Don't worry about the focus. Once you've divided it into your 4 loosely, let's do a very simple little bit of sketching just to give us an idea of how we want this thing to actually be. So it's going to be a landscape with hills, possibly even mountains, a nice river coming through, but each bit of the picture is going to divide up into the sections. It's going to be a nice creative project, folks. So what I'm going to do, once that's divided into 4, I'm going to do a little bit more sketching. About a third of the way up, roughly. I'll take a ruler if you want to, or you can just guess this. And I'm going to sketch in a very loose horizontal line. So that's about 1/3 of the way up. Now on this paper, that's around your 3.5 inches ish from the base, roughly. So that's a straight line, straight up, about 3.5 to 4 inches up the paper. That's going to be the horizon, if you like, for each picture. So again, it's going to be sky, hills, landscape, beautiful trees coming in, all of the different seasons of autumn, winter. It's going to be nice. I'm looking forward to doing the autumn and winter bit first, because for me that's the special season, is it not? Now, it's a very weak line, folks. I'm then going to sketch in a river. Now, a river is going to be sketched in. We've got here, which is about a third-ish. It's maybe a little bit higher than a third, but that's fine. That's okay. That's fine. Now, it doesn't matter what size paper you're working on, just a third would work a treat. Let's take the pencil, and basically what we're going to do is we're going to sketch in a bit of a river on one side and a footpath on the other. It's going to work well, okay? So over here, starting off quite a way over into the, so if I actually pop in, just to give us some idea, actually this would help the process maybe. I'm just going to mark in here spring, summer, autumn and winter, just so you know where the 4 sections are going to be, okay? And that's kind of the separation bits. So I'm just marking that on the masking tape. Obviously you don't need to do this, but it's just a way of giving you some idea. That's dividing the picture into the quarters, okay? Remember, it's one scene that makes up a single scene. It'll kind of go from the seasons and so on. So over in the autumn, we're going to start off not too much in, but from the horizon, we're going to do a wobbly line. And I'll sketch this again and I'll give you some tips on doing this. Let me sketch it in first and then you can have a go yourself, okay? I would say that's probably the better way to do this, I would say. Now if you notice, it's made up of zigzags. We'll talk about this more in a second. Then it's going to come across from here and do an opposite. This is going to be a bit of a stream. Let me show you that again. Take that out. So it's going to start about here. It's like a wiggle. And over this side, we'll do a similar thing, but this is going to be a bit of a footpath. Okay, now this here is water and this is footpath. And all the rest will be landscape and hills and mountains and trees and everything else. So quick look on here to give you a bit of a tip on how that went in. So just onto this again. So imagine these are 4 sections. That's the horizon line. We started about here, which is in the autumn one. Hold your pencil loosely from the edge, maybe I don't know, 1/4 of the way in, and sketch and wiggle your pencil, and then do the same here. Notice it creeps into the summer. And then over this side, we can do a footpath. If you do that wiggle of your pencil, it just helps. So this is water, this is footpath, or path, depends on what part of the world you live in. Are you with me? Does that make any sense? The rest of it's pretty straightforward. Let me show you that entire process again. I want to take away the pencil. It's good to recap. Take that away. So we have our scene divided up into the four: spring, summer, autumn, winter. We've got a line across about a third of the way up, starting in the autumn, pretty close to the horizon. The pencil I'm using, by the way, is a 4B, but it wouldn't really matter if it was an HB or a 2B or a 3B or a 6B or a H or an IKEA pencil. Okay, so when starting, hold your pencil loosely, think about the zigzags, and then leave a bit of a gap, then do another zigzag, but try and change direction, bring it into the summer. Nice. Then over here, almost starting from the same position, we can do a footpath coming in, which gradually gets wider. That's my autumn there. And that's my four. That's all the sketching. Then I want to very, very, very loosely across the top of this, sketching some hills or mountains. So we're going to go in quite tall, bring it down. Not too spiky at the top, that's one. Then do another one. Like that. So a couple of hills or mountain ranges at the back. So we've got a stream, footpath, and distant hills. And then whatever else, trees are going to come in from both sides on this. It's going to be lovely. Can't go wrong with this one, folks. Have a go at the sketch. Think about perspective. Think about narrow versus wide. I mean, that's probably an inch at the top, where that's probably a good 4 inches at the bottom. Now, someone's already asked me the height of the mountains. I can tell you that. In inches, it's 2 inches tall. 2 inches tall. Now, a question coming from Sandra: how many centimeters is an inch? Okay, 2.5 centimeters, 25 mil is an inch, which means that the width of the columns is going to be around 9 centimeters ish. The height of the mountain is going to be about 6 centimeters. Can't go wrong, can you? Again, folks, if we do happen to lose connection, just give us half an hour. Use the powers that be to reconnect. Okay, so like I say, the river and the sky are going to be all the same. We'll play around with the colours after, but all the same to start with, and then we'll work on each section, tape each section off once one section is dry. That's the great thing about this. Now, just to whiz over the mountains again. That's my 4 sections. Okay, so it starts here and it goes up a little bit and then drops down. Get a couple of peaks, take it all the way down to the horizon, and then start wherever you feel and do another one. And then over the top of this we'll add shadows and various things. Of course we'll have snow on this one, and it'll be good fun. It'll be good fun. I'll make the pencil a bit darker on this one so you can see as well. If anyone's watching on a television, you do tend to get brighter colours. I found people have said that to me. Okay, so a couple of minutes and we're going to start painting the sky, folks, alright? Again, working with primary colours, it makes perfect sense. But if you've got the natural range of colours, then by all means use them. Okay, so I've got the palette here then, folks. Let's get the palette cam a little bit higher so we can see what we're doing. And again, as always, we'll test the colours on the paper that's lying behind. Okay. So fresh colours from tube makes sense. I'll mention the alternative colours if you're using naturals. Feel free to do that. The big brush, the size 20 brush, is perfect for doing the background wash. Nice and clean. And we're going to paint the sky kind of in 2 halves. So imagine one half of the sky is going to be a fresh blue, vibrant spring summer blue sky, and then over this side a little bit darker. So it's going to be a summery sky and a slight wintry stroke autumny sky on this side, playing around and letting the colours mix together. My advice to you at this point would be to take a little eraser or rubber and just lightly ease off the pencil in the sky on those, just enough so you loosely know where they are, but pretty much ease off the pencil. We don't want a huge amount of pencil showing through, very weak. But I've marked it at the top and the bottom in marker pen or in black pen so you can see where I know where the 4 dividing bits are. But just ease off the pencil, just a touch. Okay? I've got a very weak impression, I can just about see it. And that's enough. I don't want too much pencil on show. But it's important to know where the 4 dividing areas are going to be. Let's prep some colours, folks. We'll put them on the sheet at the back. So into the water. Basically going to have a very simple clean blue by itself. This one's natural blue, but you could use any blue. Ultramarine, alizarin crimson. No, alizarin crimson. French ultramarine, cobalt blue, or any kind of bright sort of colour. Bright sort of blue would be absolutely perfect for that. Okay, there's the blue, nice and clean. Now, if you notice, I do tend to wipe the excess water off before I do my second colour. Second colour is going to be a very light sort of sandy colour, and this is taking some of the yellow, the bright yellow, tiny bit, and popping a tiny bit of red. Not making it too much orange, making it more of a sort of peachy colour. So it's the yellow and the red together. Very pale. Bags of water compared to the blue. You can see it there. Look how pale that colour is. It's a peachy kind of red. So if you get that colour as well, that'd be lovely. spot on. Very weak yellow red, so it's almost invisible. It's like a sandy kind of peach colour. Clean the brush. We now want to go for something a bit darker. Now, I mentioned natural violet. We're going to take some natural violet. If you've got it, if you've got natural violet, that can be just as strong as the blue over that side. There it is, natural violet. You can see the difference in the colours. This is much more of a sort of purple violet. If you've not got that colour, don't worry, because you can mix a bit of red and a little bit of blue, and that'll give you a purple. Pop it just there, look, you see? So you can mix a purple, a violet from tiny red and blue, and that will give us the violet, okay? But those two colours are, it's just variations on colour mixing. Okay? If you've got violet, use it. It's useful for the snow as well, violet, so it's a good one to have. Clean brush, and then I want to make a bit of a grey. So grey, how do you make grey? Well, you mix purple. So you put the blue in. Now, yes, you can use natural grey. You put the blue in first. You pop a bit of red. And if you notice, when the red goes in, it kind of mixes the colour what we just spoke about. Mixes this kind of violet. Can you see it there? Then what you do is you put little bits of the yellow into it. And you'll see it start to go a bit grey. Now, if you've got natural grey, by all means. There we go. So that's my grey. There's my grey. Okay. That doesn't matter if it's a bit red or a bit blue. It doesn't really matter, as long as it's a bit of a grey. Okay. So 4 colours. First one is just blue on its own. So clean the brush, wipe off that excess, put a bit of water, mix it in. Second one is a mixture of the yellow and the red. So it's a bit of an orange, but very diluted. You can see it's a peachy colour. It needs to be pale. Think about that one, folks. Think about how pale the actual colour is. Then we've got violet, natural violet on its own, or a mixture of blue and a tiny bit of red. The grey starts off the same as the violet. Mix the violet from red and blue, and then just drop little bits of yellow, and you'll see it go like a dark grey kind of colour. Those 4 colours are going to give us a summer sky on one side, and on the opposite side, going to give us more of a colourful, wintry sort of sky. You can smell the fear, can't you, eh? Prep your colours, and then we shall chuck some paint on. We shall chuck some paint on. Literally. And remember, you can use the natural colours if you want to. Or you can mix them from the primaries. It's interesting because some of you are talking about those blending blades. If any of you watched the Watercolour TV week that we did, where we did 3 live demos, we used the blending blades a lot on all demos. If you've got them today, you've cracked it, because they'd be perfect for today. But obviously, I'm not using them because I'm just using the 3 brushes to make it accessible for people. Because people often say, well, why don't we use the the tree brushes and stuff? Well, if you've got them, use them. But for me, I'm teaching people that maybe haven't got the materials, so keeping it simple is important. That's your colours. I'll recap all this a little bit later on, folks. Let's get back to the picture. Let me put the sky and the water in. We'll do the sky. Yes, you can use the light skin tone as well, Betsy, no problem. Let's if people are watching this after the live broadcast, obviously if you ask me questions, you'd be surprised to get lots of random emails come through. Obviously I'll not be answering them live because I'll not be live with you. So just bear that in mind. Okay, right, so let's get painting. Come on. Have you done your wrist loosening exercises this morning? It helps. Every morning before breakfast, loosen your wrists, keep it clean. What we'll do is we'll take the big brush, a big sky is going to go through. The only thing I want to be a little bit careful of is the winter section. The winter section, yes, the winter section, which is the final plane. We've got a WI, which here stands for Women's Institute, or winter. I reckon we'll go for Women's Institute, shall we? WI. We're going to make some jam in a bit. I'm going to get some homemade jam. And some of that special chocolate brownie that I had at our Women's Institute bash a couple of years ago. Never forgot that. What we'll do here is take a tiny bit of masking tape, folks. I did say that masking tape is going to feature a lot in this picture. Remove the stickiness. Wipe your brow. Is it me or is it moist? Wipe it across. And literally, that little bit of masking tape that you've pressed on your fingers a few times, we're going to protect the top just of the wintry hill. Now you can see I've bent it over. Press it on your fingers. And just basically protect that little bit of winter. It doesn't matter if it slightly overlaps the autumn. But I want to keep that fresh. I want to keep it white up there. Use your fingernails to make it curve. Don't have a point by any means. But if I zoom in close, you can see where I've stuck it. If you're not sure where to stick it, ask me in the comments and I'll tell you. Or drop me an email. mattartistme.com. So if you've got the blending blades or the lift out brushes, Jackie, yes, they do discolour. They do discolour. The reason those brushes are white, we wanted them to be so you can see the colour that you're working on, but they won't stay white forever. This is a blending blade I've had for about 6 months, and you can see it's got a nice purple shade. But still, it works fine. You can clean it with isopropanol or some vodka or probably some hand sanitizer. Eh? It all works a treat. Now, once we've got that stuck down, folks, make sure you press it down well. I'm just going to do the sky. Get close in. And I want to use the big brush. I've got the kitchen roll in the hand in case I start crying, because it's a good idea. When you pick up the colour for the first time, as you can see, folks, wipe off that excess on the side. You don't want to saturate things here, especially if you put masking tape on. I want to wet the entire top section, okay? The entire top section goes in with water over the hills far away, but then loosely down to the masking tape. Now that's just a single coat of water. Again, folks, I'm down into the hills. I'm into the hills. 1 coat of water, then we'll go for a second coat. Again, wipe off that excess. Remember that little wipe on the side. Second coat of water goes on right across the top. Second coat of water, and that will be enough, folks. Make sure you go over the hills here. Make sure you've not got any bits missing. Move your head around, wobble the board, you'll see the dry bits. Then let's go straight in. No more water needs to come in contact with the brush. The first colour is this kind of peachy colour, the sandy colour here that we spoke about. Pick it up, notice the wipe on the side that we talk about. That's always a good thing to do because it just kind of removes that excess and literally goes straight in. A nice kind of sandy colour. Very pale, of course. That one is very, very diluted. I mean, it really is got bags of water with it. And you bring it across over the mountains down to the masking tape. Just that little piece at the bottom. Now, if you look at that, you can barely see it. because that's what it should be. It should just be taking off that excess. It's worth making sure there's no excess along the bottom where it's gathering. There you go. Okay, that's a very, very, very weak colour, folks. Did you get how weak that colour is? 90% water. I'll recap this again. Clean the brush, wipe off that excess, even give it a tap on the tissue. Pick up the blue. This one is natural blue, but whichever blue you've got works well. Pick it up, give it a couple of taps on the tissue. Don't forget that. That's better. We're going to do this side with the blue. Notice these kind of diagonal sweeps forward and back, forward and back. This is just natural blue. Bring it across. Let it mix in and blend in with what's below. Now, if we go down to the palette again, notice that's more on one side. Back down to the palette again. I'm going to go straight into the violet. Straight into the violet without cleaning the brush. The camera's working right in a minute. There we go. Don't you love live broadcasting? Oh, the BBC have done it for all these years. The violet goes on this side, which is more of a wintry colour. And just do the same. Let it mix in. Beautiful. Love it already. Bring it across. Now, if you've not got violet, remember you can mix the red and the blue. Now, the violet, you can see the difference, can't you? Let it sort of mix and blend in. You can pop a few bits. You can sort of go across, but you can kind of see where one colour merges into the other loosely. Made up of diagonal strokes. Watch out for this gathering. Look at this. Wipe that off with a bit of tissue. Smashing. Then, let's come back down to the palette. Let's pop away the brush, the 20, and let's pick up the 10. Tricky bit. Don't forget that. I'll recap all this for you. Clean it. I'll wipe it dry. The grey. Let's get the grey. Let's get some wintry stuff going off here. Pick up the grey. Wipe off that excess. Give it a couple of taps on there as well. Yeah? That's just the grey. 50 Shades of Grey. I will get my camera angles fixed in a minute. We're going to work it in from this side here. This is, of course, the grey. One direction. Let it mix in. Even, I'll tell you what would be nice here, but to get some coming from the back of those hills where the winter is, where the snow is. That makes sense? So a little bit of darkness just creeping in that corner. Make sure you get plenty coming up from the back. There's no reason why you can't add a few little wispy clouds. Let me show you the wispy clouds. If you take your brush and just wobble it, wiggle it, like you're doing a signature. Optional. See the wiggle? It's like this, look. Now don't forget, I'll recap all this. A diagonal scribble with a grey. Let the paint spread. Let it spread. That makes more of a wintry atmosphere. But this side will leave fresh and blue and clean. That's my sky, folks. Job done for the sky. Let me show you the whole picture, and then I'll recap. There it is. Just like I say, just kind of watch out for where that paint finishes. Just use a bit of tissue to wipe it out if you've got any hard lines. Okay. So what did we do? Well, first thing was to wet it a couple of times. Now, if I take the tape away very slowly, you can see it's left that edge pretty white, fairly white, which is nice to create the winter side of the picture. Okay, nice and steady for taking that off. Don't do whoosh because you'll rip your paper. Just ever so carefully peel it away. So wet the whole thing, sky, not too wet where the tape is because that can make seepage and nobody wants seepage. And what we'll do is we'll put in this very light sandy colour first, very light sandy colour. I'll recap this, have a practice first. That's not a bad idea. We often say that, don't we? And then it's the sandy colour, it's the blue at the top on this side, the violet on this side, and then it's the grey. Only individual strokes of grey. When we did the violet, when we did the grey, it did involve tapping it on tissue. All of that was done while it was wet. So in theory, you've got a summery sky and a wintry sky. Let me show you this again. Down here, turn that over. Right at the bottom, here, we have that rough sketch that we did. Okay? So, basically water, wipe off the excess water on the side, wet the sky a couple of times. Don't forget to put the masking tape on. First colour is the sandy colour, which just goes in along the bottom, folks. Keep it simple. Less is more for that. Clean the brush again. Wipe off that excess. The blue next. Get some more blue run out of it. So the blue, it kind of, it's almost do like one direction. You can flick it across, let go. Let it disappear into the sandy colour. Clean brush, wipe off that excess. Always, always do that. Pick up the violet. Now, a good tip with the violet, with it being a richer colour, is to give it a tap on tissue before it comes in, and it goes in the opposite direction. So it kind of mixes in the middle somewhere. I did change brushes. Remember the brush change from the large one to the size 10. Don't forget to change brushes. Clean that size 10 brush, wipe it almost dry. Pick up that grey. Pick up the grey. Give it a tap on tissue. Put a few grey lines coming in. Make sure the grey's not too runny. If you've got natural grey, you could use that. But there's the grey. And don't forget to put some across the top of the masking tape as well. And then how did you do your clouds? Practice the clouds first. The clouds were like a bit of a scribble across the paper. So what you do is you pick the grey up, important bit, tap it on the tissue, and then sort of just scribble your brush. The clouds are optional, but it just gives it more of a wintry feel, don't it? Does that make sense? So if you imagine it to be like that against the damp paper, make sure the grey is not too thin, because you want to see the grey. There it is. Okay, scribbling, and let it dry. Let it dry. Do watch out for this. I mean, feel free to practice the sky first on a scrap, but I mean that would work as a sky. That's the quick loose version. Good luck to you. Can't go wrong. Just the background. Don't give up. Don't give up. Keep painting. Keep the watercolour flowing, folks. Yes, hello to Paula from the WI. That's right. Yeah, we. It was it last week or the week before we was due to come down? I believe. Like a sky of two halves. Don't worry about the sky either, you know, just let it do, let it happen, and just let it be its own little thing, really. You don't have to worry about it, folks, okay? When it comes to skies, it kind of is what it is, really. I will be drying this off in a second or two. You notice the paper's gone a little bit wavy. That's pretty normal. It will flatten out once it's had time to dry. Use a hairdryer basically for giving it a blast. This is the hairdryer I've had for years. If you find your greys spreading too much, which can happen, make the paint a little bit heavier in consistency and tap off the excess on tissue first. The clouds are optional though. So just giving that a bit of a blast. Notice, by the way, I'm using my hand to flatten it down. Sort of pressing it flat with my hand. There we go, nice and dry. Nice and dry. So give it a blast with a dryer, folks, or let it dry naturally, or pause the video and put the kettle on, and then we're gonna paint. We're gonna paint in the river very soon using a similar palette of colours. One side more blue, this side more violet, and then the best bit comes where we can divide this thing up into the 4 sections. Yeah, I go to WI groups a lot and do painting talks. It's quite a interesting after dinner speaking, that kind of setup, you know, which is always good fun. Normally, of course, I've not done any since about February time, since this thing happened. The thing that's starting to come back here in the UK, that thing. Down to the river. Down to the river. Now, the good thing about water, the most important thing about water is it's wet. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to use the size 10 or 12 brush into the water, and using the same colours, so make sure you've got enough colour. And basically, I'm going to wet the paper fairly closely to the edge, okay? So being a little bit cautious of how we go about this. So I'm dampening down the area. Don't want to go too much over the edge, but a little bit will be fine. So if we dampen the water, again, give it a couple of coats, folks, because it's going to dry quick. A couple of coats of water all the way to the edge. and then it's a case of reverse order. So just doing exactly what we just did above, really. So we'll start off with the sandy colour. Notice the wipe on the side again. Horizontal lines. More so towards the back of the water. Or the top, however you want to describe it. So it's kind of the sort of top half. It's a very pale colour, we can see that, can't we? It's not a rich colour at all. It doesn't want to be a rich colour. It's like a bit of a sandy colour. And then we change colours for the blue. And the blue comes in from this in single lines, horizontal, so a cross lift on this side of the water. So it's horizontal, take your brush off, put it back. I can see a couple of you saying you can see some lines coming down here. That's where the pencil is and where the eraser was. It's a lot darker. I have to increase the contrast on my screen for YouTube because YouTube tends to make things look very pale. So I tend to make things a bit darker. But that's fine. I can barely see them here. And it won't affect the finished picture. Then we'll clean the brush and we'll go for the violet. In the same way, tap on tissue. We'll go in the opposite direction. All the way down to the bottom again, but working from right to left this time, of course. Bring it across. Don't be afraid of it. Be terrified. Beautiful. Nice. Okay. So if you notice, it's more sort of sandy colour at the back and more sort of violet there. I'm not going to put any grey on. I'm just going to do that. What I am going to do though is make sure I've got a bit of water on the brush through the tissue, and just on those outer edges that overlaps the landscape, just give it a bit of a soften. Make sure it's not too harsh on those outer edges. So that's it, no grey. That's the starting point of the water. Yeah, YouTube always makes things a bit lighter. It's famous for it. It uses the video compression. It's renowned for it. It is. Your secret here, folks, is horizontal lines. Horizontal lines. Okay? That's your secret. Don't forget to wet it first. Did you wet it first? Filming. Janet, I assume you're talking to me. Yes, it was great. We did 2 days of filming, one for the new brushes and one for the new animal DVD. Next week I'm doing Hochanda for 2 days. 2 days on Hochanda. For those people that know what Hochanda is, of course. So your secret here, folks, is to keep those lines nice and horizontal. That's always going to be the secret for this, okay? Let the colours just drift in, mix together. So I've just got an email from Diane. It's got like a scratch on a paper, and that's, I assume it's where you tried to remove a hair with your fingernail. If you ever get a stray if you ever get a stray hair on your picture, don't scratch it off. Just kind of let it just do its own thing, okay? Let it disappear in its own right. You can paint in some white clouds later on, Diane, okay? When we get the white paint into action. But I'd leave it for the minute, let it dry and not worry too much about it. That's easy for you to say. I'm sure it is. Okay, again, folks, this needs a little bit of time to dry. So Ruth Allen's saying she's trying to book Friday, having a few problems. Okay, you can always give us a call after if there's a problem, Ruth. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the website. It does get quite busy, people booking. I mean, we are well over 80% full for this one, so you could always try again later. If it's a password problem, you could always set up a new account with a new email address. Yes, Pete, I've got you down for Friday, no worries. It's, for whatever reason, this has proven to be one of the most popular workshops we've done, folks. This one here, what's on next week, the 23rd. So if you do want to do it, it's something nice, you know. It's doing penguins. It's not just a single penguin, it's penguins within the landscape, which will be really cool. And yeah, it's one I'm looking forward to doing. So Friday 23rd. I know there's some people that probably can't do Friday live. It is a one-off. It's the only time we'll ever see a Friday workshop, but it's because I'm unavailable on any other days. So great opportunity, folks. You can watch it back at any time. Remember that. That's the good thing about these workshops. Let's continue with this. So far we have a very nice looking background colour, and we're going to work in some of the background hills. Now, if you very carefully dry it off and remove the tape, being as careful as you possibly can, please, when you take masking tape away. Nice and steady. Nice and steady. Now, once you've given it a good dry, more masking tape is going to feature. And I want you to remove the stickiness again. Wipe the moisture from the brow. And I want you to place this masking tape. The top edge is that pencil line that you sketched in, okay? Once things are dry, pop that in like so. Press it down. That piece at the bottom doesn't really matter so much, but the top edge is that line, okay? Yeah, so the original plan was to skip a week, but I'm having such a nice time doing the workshops, and because I'm not available on the Saturday and the Sunday, I thought we'll do Friday. And I've recently filmed some footage which I've got for you all, and you'll get a second. If you book into this workshop next week, you'll get an extra. It's about a 90 to 100-minute video, and that will be just for you guys. It'll never appear on Watercolour TV. It'll just be for you guys to enjoy as an added bonus. But there's only so many spaces available on these things, so you do need to book in. Or ask me to save you a space. mattartistme.com is the email address. mattartist@me.com. Get yourself booked in, folks. You never know how long it's going to take to ship something. We send everything overseas tracked. Okay, so everything has a tracking number, but it can take anything from 5 days. I mean, in the middle of COVID, in the middle of lockdown in the UK, so June, July time, we sent some stuff to Sheffield that took 2 weeks, but it took 5 days to go to Germany. You just got no idea with the postal service, but we use Royal Mail and we send everything tracked, you know, and I'm grateful for people that support me as an artist by, if you order from me, from Watercolour TV, that supports me direct, which is always great, okay? It's good fun. Booking a workshop supports me. Put the tape down, give it a dry. Let's paint in the first part of the hills. We need to change colours. Let's take a look at the palette. Yes, we will. Yes, we shall have a lunch break, folks, or a 30-minute break, whether you have lunch or sleep, whatever. Around 12:30 normally. Size 10 brush. Let's kind of start again with colours. So first thing I want to do is I want to mix up a green. I want to mix some green from yellow and blue. Now, if you've got natural greens, you can mix both of them together to give you this. Turn this thing around so you can see the colours. Give you this green here. So we have a pale green, yellow and blue. Claire Frost has just sent me a message with it. She's got a concerning mark in the water. Leave it, Claire, because later we're going to use craft knives, we're going to use white paint, it'll be fine. And even sandpaper, which will be good as well. So I say you leave it alone. Okay, so that's a pale green. Let's make a slightly darker green by doing the same yellow and blue. A touch more blue and the tiniest little bit of red, just a little speck of red makes that green, as you can see there, folks, darker. Now if you're using natural colours, you would use the mix of the two for the first one and the darker one by itself. Don't make the colours too strong, too thick, too heavy, just nice and light would be super. Beautiful. A few more colours. Violet on its own. There it is. There's the violet. A little bit stronger than what you just used for your sky. Let's mix an orange, some autumn. Let's get some autumn. Yellow, of course, and the red. Nice and simple. That's a lot of red. That's a lot of red. So more yellow will give us an autumnal colour. Now, if you've got natural orange, by all means use natural orange. Those four colours will work perfect as a starting point for them there hills. It's interesting looking at the chat there, because some of you are talking about how much kind of fuel you've put in your car. You know what's really weird is I normally do probably about 25-30,000 miles a year because of doing workshops and holidays, and this year I've barely touched it. It's been nice to be at home though. I'll be honest, it's been great to be at home and spend time with Jacob. Thanks to Joseph Collins for sending the book to Jacob, the Halloween book. Loves that, absolutely loves it. Thank you very much for that. A glimpse of American Halloween in Derbyshire was great. So these are the four colours. Yellow, blue dash your red. This one's natural violet, or you can mix red and blue together. The orange is yellow, red. And those four colours will give us spring, summer, autumn, winter. That's kind of the logic here, folks. Let's take a look at the picture. The painting should be nice and dry at this point. And we're just focusing on the hills. We're going to paint them all dry. The paper's dry. Shadows will happen later. Yeah, but where's your light coming from? We'll decide that later, shall we? What we'll do first is we'll start off with the light green size 10 brush. We'll go straight in. We'll go straight in here. Bring it across towards the autumn. As you work down towards the bottom, put a bit of darker green in. So it's light green at the top, dark green at the bottom. Let those colours mix on the paper. Follow the shape of it. As you come across into the autumn zone, which is sort of here, without cleaning your brush, pick up some of the orange. Let me show you first, and you can do it yourself after. That comes in, bring it in. So it's green mixing, you see, gradually mixing in. And that orange, it kind of goes brown as it mixes, which is lovely. As you come over towards the winter, my favourite bit, clean the brush, pick up the violet, and merge it into the violet. Now, I do want to make sure that when the violet comes in, it doesn't go all the way to the top. I'm leaving a light piece. Can you see that? Zoom in close. Leave a light piece. Clean the brush, wipe it almost dry, and then use water to refine it. Blend it. Now, talking about blending, if you've got blending blades, use that large one. It'd be perfect for this. Can you see here, folks, where the colours are mixing? It's starting to go a little bit of a cauliflower. Bloody hell, I'm panicking. No, what I want to do, I want to send Matthew an email and find out what he'd do. And it's quick because I've got a response back. And what he said was, clean the brush, wipe it almost dry, pinch it through your fingers, use this like a blending blade and go in and sort of scribble the colours together. Doesn't matter if it goes a bit textured. What's important is that one colour blends in to another. So what we have here, folks, is we've got the greens, the light green at the top, in this half, dark at the bottom, into the autumn with the orange. Notice the orange is not too bright. Perfect. Into the wintry colours. Lovely background of the seasons. Remember, all we're doing at this point is creating the background. Are you with me on this? Are you on the same page as me? Working dry, folks, at this point. Super. Now it's going to look a bit messy, folks. I won't lie at this point. Let it be. As Paul McCartney once famously said, it'll all come out in wash. Don't worry about it. Trust me, I'm an artist, all that stuff. And then again, once you've put that on, folks, even at this stage, once it's dried off, if you've got any problem areas, any bits that are looking a little bit too too patchy. Just clean the brush, wipe it almost dry, glaze over the top of them, smooth it out. Doesn't really matter because this is just a background wash. And I do want to add just giving it a dry, just giving it a blast with a dryer at that point, okay? So nice and dry. And we're going to separate the areas. So that's all dry, folks. Quick glance down at the palette. We're going to bring in some shadows at this point. Okay, so using the size 10 brush, I'm going to be using some grey. Now, if you remember the grey we mixed earlier on, I'll recap it again. So it's the blue first, with a touch of red. Now, if you've got natural grey, absolutely perfect to use. People often say to me, why do you mix grey rather than use Payne's grey? Well, Payne's grey is very black. It's not really a pleasant colour. It's too dark for shadows, where this is a nice soft grey. Blue, bit of red, and little bits of yellow. And you get that classic, there it is, that beautiful grey, which is natural grey. You can buy it ready-made. It's the one colour to get. People say, if I was buying 4 colours, what 4 colours would I get? I would go for the primaries. So natural blue, natural yellow light, natural red, and natural grey. Now, it's looking like the UK may possibly, who knows, have more lockdowny things happening. It's a good time to stock up on your supplies, especially the paint and the paper, folks, because I'm not going anywhere. We're going to keep doing these workshops into the distant dark future. The distant dark future. That made perfect sense. And I'm going to put the shadows on here. Let's have a little think with this grey, with a size 10 brush. Where does the separation happen? Where's this pencil line that you brought down here? You remember on your sketch, there it is. You sketched in that line that came down. Let's put the shadow in. Shadow in. Let's go in. Imagine where it comes down and it creates a V shape. See that V shape? Let's get close in. See the V shape? Bring that down, all the way down. Give it some character. Some lumps and bumps all the way down there. Now, nice and wide, size 10 brush. Clean the brush. How many taps on your tissue, folks? Yep, I heard somebody shout from Sheffield. A couple of taps on the tissue. And we'll just use water to drag that colour, or use a blending blade, of course, and go right into the paint and smooth it in. Look, right into the corner. Blending blades would work, or you could use this brush. Look at that, and it instantly just makes separation appear. Lovely. You look at that, folks, you can see depth, you can see shadows. Let's do a similar thing while I've got your attention with the green, the dark green. Remember this one here? Let's pop some of this on a slight downward slope. So it's taller on the left, comes down and almost disappears off towards the winter. You can see that sort of gradual slope. Clean the brush, 2 taps. And then get that forward and back brush, move it. Swing it, shake it, move it, and get it all flowing, look, you see? Now, it's inevitable that from time to time, paint lifts off. Can you see it's lift a little bit of paint off here? Just leave it, it's part of the contour. The worst thing you can do is have smooth hills and things. It wants a bit of form to it and a bit of character. This is where your character starts to appear. I love that. Instantly we've got separation, and it was all to do with that little V shape which went in like this and then down the edge. Clean brush, 2 taps, and put water here, look, and move it away from it. Can you see? Clean the brush again, 2 taps, continue on the edge. Nice. Can't go wrong, folks. Cannot go wrong. talking about all this lockdown stuff, it's been so nice to receive letters, emails, text messages, phone calls from people saying how grateful they've been for these virtual classes. They've kind of helped people, you know, forget about it. Escapism. Because it's affected everybody in pretty much every corner of the world, of course. Message from Julie saying she's tried to purchase Friday's workshop as well, and it's in the basket's emptied. When lots of people are booking at the same time, it can cause a little bit of a few hiccups in the system. So just try again, Julie, if you got the message from me. Still have space, so no problem. Clocking on 90% full though, so it's good. I'm grateful. Let's just pick up that grey, folks, and let's decide where the light's coming from. Let's have the light kind of coming in from this direction, from the right. I just want to darken a little bit on the edge of this hill with the grey, but do it quite loosely. Can you see these brush strokes are very loose? Clean brush, couple of taps, and then very loosely use a bit of water to brush it away. Quickly brush it away. We don't want to make it too dark in these areas, okay? It just helps to give a bit of a shadow on that side. And if I zoom in close, I can show you another example of that on the winter area. So wherever you've got a peak, pick up some of that grey and pop in a bit of a shadow. Same on the autumn as well. Make it a bit darker there, but kind of go up and over. That little V shapes. Clean the brush, couple of taps, and very quickly whiz around the picture. Don't actually sort of hang around in the same area too long because it'll lift off. It just helps to give more shape and form, that's all. And it's a great way of achieving a bit of texture in those distant sort of hills. But it will lift off paint. You can see here it lifts paint off. But that's all part of it. Honestly, it's all part of the effect. It's all part of what I'm interested in. Lovely. So we'll do that, folks. We'll give it time to dry. We're going to pop a line of trees across here going from spring, summer, autumn, winter. That's going to come next. And brush wise, number 6 brush will be perfect for this. That was a size 10 brush for the shadows, and now I want to get nice and close in to these areas and work across using different colours and just twist in some hills. Okay, down to the palette, number 6 brush. So it's pretty much the same colours really. So I'll mix them afresh. So it's the lighter green. You can be quite strong with the mix at this point. The lighter green, which is going to be the yellow and the blue, or a mix of the two naturals. Make sure you got plenty of yellow in that one. The darker one is going to be the yellow with a touch more blue. There it is. So a little bit richer in consistency this time. That was the colours that we'll be using. A little bit stronger in consistency. The orange, that's too thin. That's going to be a strong orange. So it's the yellow and the red. So a nice kind of orange. But you can see I've made the colour a little bit deeper, can't you? And rather than using grey, white, natural white is going to feature. Now I tend to put white on a scrap piece of paper. So I've got some white paint. If you've got white paint, if not, you would do this in violet. Okay, now I'm going to be using white. So I've got exactly what I had before, just a little bit stronger. The light green, more yellow, more blue for the darker, the orange thicker that is, and then of course I've got the white. The grey wants to be a bit stronger as well, so I can mix up more grey. So it's the blue, tiny bit of red, so you get that purple, and then of course a little bit of the yellow. And eventually you'll see it start to go towards a crisp. There you go, crisp grey. But just look at the consistency of paint. It's much richer. Number 6 brush. We've got the kitchen paper here as well. But dabbing off, look at that, dabbing off that excess. Okay, and some white if you've got white. If not, we can use violet for this. Okay, so we'll start off with the lighter green, and basically this is all dry, And we're going to twist. Make sure you can see these colours. If the paint's a bit thin, like mine is, I'll make it a little bit deeper because I need to be seeing what I'm doing. And I'm twisting the brush. Twist the brush. Now as you come over towards the summer, pick up the darker colour, the darker green. Keep twisting back in again and again. Just keep twisting across, move along. As you get towards that autumn, clean the brush, pick up the orange. Make sure the orange gradually merges in. There it is. Now, we shall be adding some shadows to this. You can use natural orange if you've got it. As you go over towards the end, clean the brush. Pop a little bit of water with the white. Now if you notice, I'm sort of going into the orange a little bit. And I'm moving into that. So basically that's the white paint. Moving into it. Can you see I'm sort of twisted along? Let me come back to the whole thing. There you go. So basically it's gone from the greens to the oranges into the whites. Now it's important that once you've done this, there's a few areas that you want to blend in. So where the white melts in with the orange, just bring it into the orange. And vice versa. What I mean by that is clean the brush and go back into the orange and put some more orange here and get it merging in. So you get that sort of transition between the two. So you could even take some of the orange paint from your palette and pop it in over the top of the white. Get all your colours mixing on your paper. Okay. With the green, it's important to ensure that you go back over the edge of the green and you'll be a little bit more precise. A little bit more spotty on the edges. You could use the darker or the lighter here. Just make sure that things have got a bit of added character to them. Can you see what I mean by that? And don't be afraid to put some dark green along the bottom as well. But it's worth just taking your time and spotting in a few extra areas of colour. Make sure it's a smooth transition from one to the other. Same with the orange. If you want to get a bit more life into the orange, let's go back into the top with the orange paint, put some spots in. Bring it over the top where it becomes part of the winter. So you get that sort of transition. Hopefully, this makes sense. So if we zoom back, we can see how I've got this long line, like a forest effect. Even with the white, you know, if you come back to the white, put a few spots on some of the tops. So it's like a snow covered. See the little dots I'm putting on? Just like they did with the green and the orange, but I'm just using white to do it. Spot the tops. Let that transition just gradually happen. Nice to see that. Just take your time spotting the individual colours. I'm still here, folks. Once you've worked your way along this edge, I'm just giving you time to work. Once you've worked your way along that edge, folks, come back to the beginning with your 6 brush. Clean the brush out really well. Pick up some of the grey, so make sure you dry the brush off at this point. Pick up that grey and then give it a few taps on the tissue. If you rotate your brush through your fingers as you do that, so you've got a nice pointy brush with a little bit of grey on it. And basically using that brush, this is great because I'm just going to go right onto the edge. Just put a few little taps along the edge. Can you see I'm just spotting some sort of darkness into this? Now, because I'm getting my light coming this way, I'm going to pop these spots going up the side of some of the trees, but obviously the opposite side. So along the edge, can you see those dark spots? Along the edge, make sure you get it dark, and then every so often sort of rise up following the shape of the tree. Over here as well, look. And you can do this all the way along, even over the white, but as you get to the white it will actually pick the white up, because it never really dries, does white paint. So if you want to move the camera this way so you can see, over into the autumn. Let's get close into this. Over into the autumn. Let's pick the grey up, give it a little tap on tissue all the way along the edge up into the trees. Remember, these are very much distant trees anyway. And then we start to come into the winter section. So you still want to go along the edge, but it's worth just bearing in mind that as you spot the grey into the white, it will start to pick up some of the white paint. So not a huge amount, but just recharge the brush by cleaning it and picking up more colour along the edge, up the side. The main thing is that you're creating this dark edge. By spotting. Now, my advice to you is clean that brush, come back to the white paint, which you may have to put a little bit of water with, or violet if you wasn't using white. And then just go back in and just make sure that you're really happy with the trees and that you've got plenty of individual spots for the winter tree. If you want to make it look as though you've got some sort of wintry pine trees, let me show you those as well. So I'm back to the white paint. Now, white paint dries up in the palette, so a little bit of water on your brush is a good idea. What I want to do here is I want to paint in a bit of a straight line. This is using the white again, look. There it is. And then pop in some sort of diagonal make a little bit of a wintry tree. First time we've painted snow on a virtual workshop, so it's good to do this. And of course, as we go into the winter months here in the UK, we'll obviously be doing some wintry themed scenes, which is good because I like the snow scenes. Now if you're watching in Australia, obviously we're working the opposite way around, I suppose, but how it goes into it. So the little trees, have a little practice at those. They look really nice when you put those in. I love to see those. Just a few spots of white here and there. Gives it a nice wintry feel. I'll show you one more of those, folks, because 3 is a good number. So a bit of white paint, a bit of water to freshen it up. If I was to pop another one, maybe a small one here, paint the line first. Straight line-ish, and then from the bottom, one side at a time, flicking out, gradually getting thinner, same here. And a few little dots at the top, and you've got a nice wintry sort of tree there. And again, take your time with the dots on the tops of these trees, make the trees higher, as you can see here, look. It really is worth doing this, you know, because it all adds to the winter feel. Now, if you want to do any of those trees along the autumn and summer, spring areas, yes, I would do them, but I would simply just use the darker green that you've already got in your palette, this colour, and I'll show you them. So you can bring them coming out, pop a couple there, look. Remember this being the darker green here. Flick out on one side and then on the other. Now I'm using a 6 brush for this, but if you're more comfortable using something finer, then please do. But this is quite a dark green, so don't worry about the darkness of the colour. These trees would be quite dark. There you go. Okay, practice the trees, nice and pointy at the top. Bring them right down to the base. As many or as few as you like. Got a little tiny one just there. And then of course, if I come over to the summer area, I would certainly bring in at least 2 of these. Quite tall, again, quite dark. Not being afraid to do the trees. Practice them first. A few spots at the top. Certainly well worth putting them in, I would say. Anywhere you feel. Try not to throw your brush on the floor if you can help it as well. There we go. So if we zoom back on that, you can see we've got a collection of trees. A beautiful distant forest with pine trees or cedar trees from the winter, the autumn into the summer. I love it already. It starts to feel like a scene when you do that. Really worth saying. Put some time into that, okay? You can also pop a few spots and dots around the trees as much as you like with that dark green. You know, like we did with the white. I'm just revisiting some of those trees and popping a few spots on just to give a bit more detail to the actual distant trees. That's all they are. And yes, we're going to do some foreground trees a little bit later on the picture. It'll grow on us. Looking nice. If you want to really impress your neighbour, where the autumn and the winter merge, you could possibly, potentially, it's up to you, think about splashing out a little bit. And if you do one where the join is, one of those trees, start in green and do one side in green. See how you feel with this. You decide. Do one side in green. Clean the brush, wipe it almost dry. Get all that water off all the green off, of course. And then always dampen the white because it dries so quickly. And then that side, of course, of the tree could be done in white, if you feel the need to have something little bit different, a little bit more abstract, I suppose. Because it sits right on the join. My advice is if you do that, clean the brush, wipe it almost dry, just ever so lightly let the colours mix together. So it's like a snow-covered tree. I like that. There's something a bit different about it, isn't there? I suppose you could do the same with the autumn and summer join, which is kind of here on my picture. So I could go for the green, the line where the scene joins. Do the green on one side, of course. Clean brush, and then of course go for the orange on the other. Although saying that though, that wouldn't make sense, would it? No, forget that. Forget that, folks. Rewind that, because obviously it wouldn't be autumnal, would it, that tree? It's been a long day. Forget that. As you were Captain Manwaring. Corporal Jones. Don't panic. If anybody is not sure what I'm talking about there, bit of Dad's Army. Classic British sitcom. There we go. Beautiful. And then at this point, very steady. I want to peel this tape off. Now, if you want to play it safe, the recommendation would be to use the hairdryer to heat up this, because you've got to be so careful not to rip anything, folks. But that should give us a nice, clean, distant, seasonal landscape going from a sort of springy summer, which, to be fair, are very similar. There would be. We can make it look more springy by putting some yellow flowers in here. Into the autumn, into the winter. Nice. if anyone was thinking why the sound is the sound okay today, folks? Are we okay for sound? Does it sound all right? Seems to be okay from this end. Okay. If I go quiet, it's because I'm letting you work in the background. Basically. We're here though, aren't we? We're definitely here. Stunning. So if you have a quick look at this then, folks, we can see how we've kind of gone from the green, a few tall trees, into the autumn, and then of course that beautiful winter, which is the bit I'm probably most looking forward to painting. Now this next sort of stage is where we're going to have a definite cut off between each section. Okay, the first thing I want to do just briefly is take a look at the water now. We shall be having a break soon. Okay, so I want to take the number 6 brush here, and I've got the grey here, which I'm going to pick up on the brush, give it a couple of taps on the tissue so it's just damp, almost a dry brush at this point. And I want to just do some horizontal lines in one direction coming from this edge, from the edge where the banking is, and then going the opposite way, so it's kind of coming from the edge. Keep these lines nice and straight if you can for me, folks. Pick the grey up on the tissue, horizontal lines, and you can do these all the way down, but if you notice the brush stroke is very quick, and also if you look close you can see how the paint's kind of speckly because I dabbed it on tissue. You could even press the brush slightly flat if you wanted to, so you get the sort of spiky effect, but you need to be a little bit on the dry side with that brush. And if you do happen to do that, if you do pick up the spiky effect, grab some of the green, make it spiky, and have a little think. Have you got any pine trees that are in a position where they might possibly reflect. If you have, drop them in with those downward strokes. Think about practicing that first. I've seen so many people do this and it caused problems, so a little bit of thought always goes into that one. So these downward strokes, it's picking the dark green up on the tissue and do some of those down strokes. It does look like reflections of the trees, but only the tall trees, of course, you would do that on, if you know what I mean. But if you haven't got any of those tall trees, then obviously leave that little section off. Dry brush being the secret here, folks. Let's just zoom back and have a look at this, folks, now, because it's starting to take its little bit of shape. Now, we've spent quite a bit of time sort of blending all the colours together from the greens into the winter. Now over here, we've got the two river banking. So left is going to be spring. We'll get some daffodils in there, that'll be nice. And then over here, we're going to have the summer, which is just greens, obviously. But here, we're going to go from the autumn into the winter, which will be lovely. Just before we move on to putting a wash down here, I am going to get some clean kitchen paper, and if you've got, it doesn't matter, you can do without it, a square brush. This particular one's a lift out brush, extra large. If you've got a lift out brush, use it. If not, use the number 6 brush. I want to put some light into these hills. I want to remove some colour. Let me show you how to do this, folks. It's a lovely thing to do. Clean the brush. Now, you can do this exact same thing with a size 6 brush. So if you haven't got a lift out, don't worry. Clean the brush really well. Give it a gentle pinch through the finger, but not too much because it needs water in it. And think about putting some light in, and it doesn't matter where's your light coming from. Doesn't matter any of that stuff, but you go up and over and you're painting some highlights. Get a bit of tissue, wipe it out. Can you see that? Now you can sort of work to the shape that you can kind of see in there, if that makes any sense. So if you can see in a little bits of areas that you want to be lighter, then absolutely go for it. But you can basically wipe out some colour. And if you take too much off, like here, use the damp brush to smooth it out a bit and let it dry naturally. Don't actually go in. If you take too much off, avoid the tissue, because otherwise it'll take more off, okay? Same over here as well on the winter and autumn side. I would say it's well worth putting some light coming down here and potentially change direction. Less is more. It's not a big area, but it's always a good thing to add a bit of light into the hills. Can you see if I can pop some light coming in here? Did anybody, if anybody had problems with the clouds, if anybody's not happy with your clouds, let me know in the chat or email, folks, and I'll do a demo of how you can add a bit of extra light into the clouds. How you can restore your clouds with a lift out technique. Notice you see I'm putting a few more highlights into that winter area. Of course, if the colour doesn't come off, it's because you have not got much colour to play with, but certainly well worth a few highlights here and there, folks. Let me know in the chat or on email, mattartist@me.com, if you've got any problems with your clouds. If you're not happy with the clouds, how can you make them look a bit crisper, okay? So what you can do with your cloud is you can use because it's got a bit of an evening feel to it, you can use a square brush and you can lighten the bottom of them. Now this is only if there's only one person so far said they're not happy, so you can blame it on them if it goes wrong. But you can wipe off a little bit of light in your sky. Can you see that? A few highlights. I don't think it needs this, but this is just to show you how you can add a bit of a crisp highlight. You can work in some light into the clouds if you feel the need to do that, okay? But only if you feel the need. And I think so far we've got just a couple of people that have mentioned this, okay? So if you need to do that. I didn't need to, but I've done it for the purposes of tuition, okay? But certainly get some highlights within the these hills. Now, if you've not got a square brush, just use the point of a you sort of twist over your cloud, you see, tones it down a bit. You can use the point of a number 6 brush, but that just adds a bit more life to the landscape, as you can see there. Lovely. If you have got a number 6 brush, on the spring side of the trees, the spring tree area, number 6 brush, on the spring area, what I suggest you do is get a bit of water and put some little spots of water right on the edges, on the right edge. I'm literally just spotting a bit of water here. Press it firmly. and it removes a little bit of light in the trees if you need to as well. It's a way of creating a bit of shape. Tap and tap. You can see it just puts a little bit of light in the trees. If you want to make them look a little bit more springy trees, always pick up a little bit of yellow once you've removed the colour and just glaze over a very little bit of yellow on the edges of some of those spring trees. It just adds a little, can you see that little hint of colour there? Very, very subtle. But it's a bit of pale yellow, and it's just a way of adding a little bit of light into the edges of them. Just here, look. In the spring. So it's a way of putting some brightness into them. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Another way you can improve your clouds, folks, is to pick up a pale grey and actually paint the clouds in with a 6 brush. So I want to go in here, I want to spot in, working over the top, couple of clouds, clean the brush, wipe it almost dry, and then sort of smooth it in, tickle the edge with a damp brush if you need to, if you wasn't too happy with your clouds. It's another way of adding a little bit extra to them. Of course, for those people who've got blending blades, you could use that. But what I'd say with your skies, leave it well alone. One of those things that you wish you'd not mentioned. But around the winter area, there's no harm in adding any clouds. If you're not happy, if you're okay with them, leave them alone. Because over the top of this, we're going to have some trees, overhanging trees coming in. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Happy with that. Just adds a bit of extra colour, but it's the same brushstroke, it's the twisty brushstroke that we talk about a lot in the skies. Makes them look crisp and wintry. If you need to. So if we come back a little bit there, folks, we can see how we're starting to get a landscape. Now, obviously, like I said previously, here we're going to have the spring. I'm going to put like daffodils and things here, just, you know, very stereotype. Some are just greens. Bit of autumnal colours here, and of course, snowy shadows over that side. And then we're going to bring some overhanging trees coming in from the top to kind of frame the picture, which will be lovely because we can go for the winter, autumn, and of course the spring and summer over this side. But at that stage, it's a good time to get the camera in a better position. It's a good time to get a bit of a break, folks. Let's have a 30-minute break at this point, okay? So a couple of things to mention before we do have a break. Please come back after break, finish the picture off, because you have done the hard bits. Well done. It's good to walk away. 30-minute break, so UK time. We're going to be starting painting about 1:05, so just over 30-minute break. If we lose connection, stick with it. Give it 30 minutes. You'll either get a brand new email or you'll get a reconnection. Okay. I want to mention a bit about this, folks. We are getting very full for this. We are 90% plus now on the spaces that have gone. That's Paint Emperor Penguins in a stunning Antarctic scene with beautiful sunset reflections in watercolours. Get yourself booked in. The giveaway, anybody that's booked into this during the live workshop or previous will be entered into a prize draw to win £100 worth of art materials. We've got art books, we've got palettes, we've got paintbrushes, we've got paints, a huge collection of paints to be sent out to one lucky winner, folks. And of course, with it being a Friday, it's a special picture. You will also get a second exclusive video lesson, which has never been published anywhere, or certainly online. It might have been on a DVD at one point a long time ago. In fact, I don't think it has actually. and it's like an all-round watercolour lesson, which will also get sent out to you along with the workshop. So great time to book in, folks. Back in about 30 minutes ish. Have a brew, get yourself booked into this, and if you do lose connection, just bear in mind that you'll get a brand new link. If you come back and things aren't working, you need to think about reopening your link if the sound goes. We've got the Lego clock that's going to feature. Pop that up there. Have a break, folks. I've got no Kit Kats to offer here, but what I want to do is I'm going to pop the clock. The famous Lego clock's going to go here. So in about 30 minutes ish. Let's get close in. So that, so you can see what we've got so far. There it is. Paul Mason, yes, really looking nice. It's got a nice contrast between the clouds and the. Actually, I love the white on the top of those trees. Stunning. It's nice to see what people have done, folks. I just had an email from Paul Mason. Well done, Paul. Looks great. Okay. Don't forget to come back, folks. Keep calm and carry on as always. Don't give up at this stage. I should mention, if you're watching this after the live event, obviously you know you can skip this bit on. You know that, don't you? Of course you do. Of course you do. Susan Sharp, yes, lovely sky, and yeah, absolutely a smashing transition between the seasons, so well done. if you're watching Terry, yes, I would make the tree taller and then obviously do the reflection to suit Lauren Small. Yeah, it's shaping up nice, Lauren. Yeah, that's good. Got a definite seasonal thing going off there. And Ruth too, lovely. Alison Mia off. Yes, I can, but not today, unfortunately. So. Yeah.
I'm just worried about you. You were due back and you're not being yourself.
I know.
I was just checking you weren't pain.
No, I'm fine. I've moving some stuff around, isn't it?
Right.
Make some space, but I'm fine for it. Thanks. I'll crack on that. Here we go. We're back. Right, welcome back. Let's crack on, shall we, folks? If anyone's not got any sound, then just keep an eye on it in the chat. It's always good. Thank you all very much. Always grateful. So we'll start off on this side. Actually, I want to build these things up. Just one brief thing I do want to mention actually before we start to do that area. If you've got in your palette, if you've got a bit of muck from the corner type situation, there's lots of muck in the corner here. But if I pick up, say, a bit of this sort of grey sort of stuff from the edges, and if you wipe it on some tissue so it's a bit on the dry side, I think a nice thing to do on your hills would be to go in, get really close into this. You can see what I'm talking about. You can use the spiky brush to lightly sort of glaze over the edge, skim the surface. It just adds a bit of texture to them, I think, and it's a nice way of taking away any bland areas. Grey would work especially well if you've got it. Or any colour. It's just a nice way of adding a bit of extra texture, I think, to them. Dry brush, utilising what the paper's got. Tracy, all fine. Tracy Cooks. Martin. It's fine, Martin. We're going to put some light in that later. And Andrew, Andrew's just showing me a picture of his water pot, which is good. It's a good water pot, Andrew. The Frisk ones, they're nice then. Yeah, so basically you can just add a little bit of texture to those areas. It's an optional thing, but for me, I think it's worth the while, I would say. I'm loving how this is shaping up. Okay, so I want to work on the two sides. So we're going to go for spring and summer, which at the beginning will look very similar. Then on this side, we're going to go for the autumn and winter. So we need to have a relatively clean palette. You can probably make use of some of the colours, to be fair, but I'm going to have a bit of a clean up. I like to start the second half with a clean palette, but you know, you can decide. I think sometimes the palette gets a little bit messy, so just a bit of a clean up. This was one of the original designs of palettes that came through, going back about 4 years ago. We changed the style. This is about 4 years old, so it's not doing bad. Certainly gets some use and abuse. Size 10 brush, we're going to have the colours for the background here, folks, okay? For the bankings even, and it's a case of work on one section individually. So let's just think about colours. Size 10 brush. Let's prep the colours for the summer excuse, and spring version. So we need the yellow, lots of it. with a touch of blue. Fresh green would work nice. Not too thick for these colours, there you go. And then I want some yellow on its own. Now that yellow is getting a little bit messy. So I've just topped it up with some aureolin. I want to use some of that on its own at the side. So a nice bright yellow. They're the spring. That's the spring palette, as it were. And then let's get the summer palette of colours together. Mainly a slightly darker green. So it's the yellow and the blue. A touch more blue, as you can probably see here. So that colour there is going to be more for the summer. If you compare this green to that green, there's not really much in it, but a touch more blue in this colour will actually help. Touch more blue here, folks, okay? It's always good to have a stash of grey. So I want to mix up some of that grey again. Blue, tiny bit of red so you get purple. That's too much red, I can see that straight away. So I want more blue with that. For the people that are watching these on large TVs, it must be great to see these colours, because I imagine the palette's bigger than it actually is in person. Incidentally, somebody did email me during the break, and that's one of the reasons why I was a little bit late at starting back, asking about the quality of the video that they're watching is not crisp and sharp. It's all to do with how good is your internet, basically. We broadcast here at full high definition. Actually, the cameras we're using are 4K, which is 4 times HD. But if your internet's not up to speed, you can alter the quality. Somewhere down the bottom of the screen there's a little cog, click it, and it allows you to go for the full HD option. Okay, that's what you want to be watching this thing on, because that's going to give you the best colours and the best clarity. There's my grey. That's my colours. White paint will feature again a wee bit later, so make sure you've got your white handy. But at this stage, that'll do us. And let me show you how to paint this left side of the river. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so let's start off with that grey actually, and just a thin line of grey is going to go all the way across this edge. Now if you notice, I'm doing this in little horizontal lines for the grey. Horizontal lines of grey. Take it all the way along the edge. Always get that grey on first. Clean the brush, and then let's go and put some of that nice bright yellow into it over here. Nice bright yellow for the spring. This is looking a bit rough, isn't it? Clean the brush. Let's pick up the light green and continue that. Spread the colours into the picture, making sure that you go right down to the edge and making sure that you're blending in the green paint so it becomes part of the, so it sort of mixes, the grey mixes with that light green, and you get that sort of bright green. The darker green is going to kind of go over here as it goes into the summer area. Does that make sense? Make sure you completely get right in so it almost disappears off to the distance there. Love it. Beautiful. So you can see it's darker, lighter. So it's that transition. Now, if your area of grass gets close to the autumn bit, there's no reason why you couldn't have a little bit of orange there. But to be fair, it's very little to worry about, I think, at this stage. But if you wanted to drop in any autumnal colours, then why not? Why not grab a little bit and chuck it in? Just a little hint of it just coming below those trees there, if you feel the need. You see what I mean? A little bit of a hint, a slither of colour, making sure you've got a nice transition between the darker green, the yellow, and the lighter green. Even that darker green wants to feature over this side as well, but more so over here. As we all know, as the summer goes on, greens get darker, and obviously eventually turn browns and things. Even the grass is not as bright as it is in the in that area. So that's my starting point. Now, what I'll suggest, stick with me folks, if you've got hanging around anywhere, and we do mention this on the script, if you've got a plastic card hanging around anywhere, you can make use of the corner of a plastic card at this point. Possibly, gentle is the key. What you do is you take that card and you just use the corner, you just have a little bit of a scrape away, scrape some lines off. Can you see that little bit of colour that's gathered? Literally just sort of there. If I can get the focus to come back, there you go. And you can have a little bit of a scrape at this. I'm not interested in doing rocks or anything, I'm just scraping up from the edge and across, just to give a little bit of random texture. Don't worry if nothing happens, it's because yours is too dry or too wet. But literally, if I get close in here with the camera, you can see if I take that plastic card and just ever so gently scrape off from the edge, just little horizontal line, it just helps to give a bit of shape and a bit of form right up to that edge there. Look. Just the corner. If you notice, it rises up a little bit and then goes across. Give it a go, folks. Don't worry too much. Don't scrape too hard neither. That's an important thing to mention. If you scrape too hard, it'll take too much of your colour off. Give it a go. I used a size 10 for that one. You can mix your two greens together for the lighter one, but more towards the lighter green for that one. That's the one side of it, basically.
Fatty got her hair off.
Yeah.
And Fatty fire put a button and the exciting fire.
Listen folks, we've got a special guest in the studio because Jacob wants to say hello to everybody because people keep asking about him. So here he is, Mr. Palmer. There you go. You're going to wave at the camera. You going to blow everybody a kiss? Can you see yourself on the camera?
Yeah.
Yeah. Want to wave a paintbrush?
Yeah.
In fact, I tell you what, Jacob, you paint on there. You paint a picture on there. Look, he's going to paint a picture for you.
It's on blue. Daddy, I'm on blue.
Yeah. You're going to paint a tree. Show him how to paint a tree. Go on. There you go. Look at all these people saying hello to you. So you've got to say hello to Elaine, hello to Pat, hello to Barbara, hello to Betsy, hello to Pete, hello to Heather, hello to Joseph, hello to Jeanette, hello to Carol. Everyone's saying hello to you. Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Say it louder.
Hi, everybody.
Louder.
Hi, everybody.
Say happy painting.
Happy painting.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
See ya.
Bye.
You're going to put your brush down then, buddy.
I am painting that.
You can paint that instead, aren't you?
I will put in.
There you go, buddy. Say bye, everybody. Wave bye. See ya. Bye. Blow him a kiss. Go on. Blow him a kiss. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
There you go, buddy. You said hello to the world, didn't you? Right, sorry about that, folks. Jacob wanted to say hello. Now, continuing along. We're going to paint the other side. Now, all these marks you've painted in this area, seriously, do not worry about them. A long way to go yet, folks, as you can obviously clearly see. But we'll get to that. On the winter and autumn side, very similar sort of transition, really. Let me show you the colours. So it's the same greens, so make sure you've got plenty of the greens, the blue, the yellow. The darker green more so. The lighter one's kind of done its job. So it's the blue and the yellow. We've got the grey, of course. Obviously want some autumn colour, so we'll get some fallen leaf colour. So the yellow and the red, beautiful for the orange. And then we've got the grey, and then we need a nice violet for the winter area. So there's the violet. So we've got, recap, we've got natural green or a green mix from blue and yellow. Okay, we've got grey from earlier, and then we've got orange, which is mixed from the yellow and the red, and some violet. Okay, pretty similar. Again, making a few marks, and that's all they are, folks, is a few scratches in the grass. Don't worry about them. Don't panic if they're looking too stripy, because over the top of this we're going to put some detail, some flowers and various things. So over this side we're going to start off with the green, okay, and we're going to go along the opposite edge of the water. No grey this time, because it's working on the edge. Now I want to go so far along with the green, and then I'm going to clean my brush and go straight in with the orange. Get some orange in there as well for the autumn. Some orange over here. And a bit more green down to the bottom. Okay, very patchy. Very patchy. Got the violet. Get some beautiful violet coming in right in that bottom corner. Okay, clean that brush very quickly. Give it a couple of taps and then literally go in and do some of this business. Get it all blending together. Make sure you keep cleaning that brush, because the worst thing to do here is to lose all the white for the snow. We can always put some more white in, but there's the kind of snowy area. So you can blend that colour over. So it goes from the green. Really scrub the colours together. Now I've not put any grey in there, but I'll pick up some grey now and just get a few bits on the edge. And a few bits just randomly coming in, but we've not really got any in there. Just a few bits here and there, just help to give that impression of the transition from the seasons, as it were. So you can see it kind of goes from the green, bit of orange, and keep in your mind where those lines were. Forget the plastic card just to show you this again, folks. It doesn't really do much, to be fair, especially on this side, but just use the corner, up and across, up and across, up and across, up and across. Just gives it a little bit of shape. You can do some in the snowy area as well, look. Just a little bit. There you go. So it just gives a little bit of texture to those areas. That's all it is texture. Now again, I've just noticed on the chat there, Vivian Robinson has missed a few bits. Well, don't forget, the great thing about this, Vivian, is you can skip back on it. It's yours to skip back on. So the bottom of your screen is a little red bar. It allows you to backtrack, as it were. So feel free to backtrack. There we go. So it's green on the edge. And of course all the colours should start to blend into one another at this point. This is just a base coat. And then once this has had plenty of time to dry, that's when you really put it together. In fact, talking about time to dry, I want to give this a blast with a dryer now. And that's when we can start to think about creating the landscape. Remember, there's a bit of a footpath coming through here and a few other bits, and that's what we want to work on now. Like I say, folks, we're going to have trees coming in from the side. That's going to really frame this picture. It's going to look really effective, and that's all part of the transition between the two seasons. So over the next hour, that's when that will take place. Now, using a 6 brush, a size 6 brush, and of course in the palette we've got the grey. I can find the palette. There's the palette. We've got the grey. Let me get my test sheet up again. There we go. Got a nice clean one for you. We've got the strong grey here. Now that's okay, and I want more of it, so there's always room for grey. Thick blue, bit of red, bit of yellow. Don't be afraid to use rich, heavy colours. There you go. But I also want a strong brown as well. Now you can use natural brown if you've got it. If not, I'll mix a brown. How do you mix brown? You mix a thick orange from yellow and red, and then you pop a bit of blue in it, and the blue will turn it brown. You can actually have quite a bit of red in this colour, but that'll give you that brown, which is quite a dark, earthy brown. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so those two colours are going to do quite a lot of the work in this picture now for this next stage. Just one thing to quickly mention before we do that. We've still got the violet hanging around here. I want to use the violet with the 6 brush to create a bit of an indentation for the footpath. Have a go at this one, folks. Think about it. It needs something over here. And if you remember right at the beginning, I sketched in that little footpath, which has kind of disappeared off. How do we do the footpath? Well, what we do is we put the violet on, and we'll go along this edge, and we'll do that same rock from side to side. Practice this one. Take it off the picture, off the page. Clean that brush very quickly. Give it a couple of taps, and then soften this off. Drag it off with a fairly damp brush, to be fair, to the side. Move it towards the right. Every so often, take your brush and just pop some little flicks on that edge. That helps to give a bit of a edge to it. Then, when that's had a few seconds to dry, stick with me, folks, then you can try this yourself. Use the violet again to do the other side. We can add more to this footpath, but you see it almost makes like a drop. Now on this side here we'll do the same. We'll make it wider as we get further down. Clean brush, a couple of taps, and we'll take it off to the right again. Make sure you dried the first one off before you did it. Again, put a few lines across, but this time you can go more horizontal. It just helps to give a bit of marking in the area, okay? It almost gives a drop and a rise. See what I mean by that? It'll happen. What's important is that the water goes on and you really fade this thing out. Let me show you again. So first of all, the violet went on. Like this. Clean brush. Couple of taps, use water to go forward, back, forward, back, forward, back. Don't be afraid to clean the brush a second time and then continue on the end, and so on. And that's how you blend it away, folks. Again, if you got the blending blade, great. Works nice for that. as long as you think a little bit about perspective, as in it's almost goes to a point and then gradually gets wider, and both lines were softened off to the left, just with water. Now it's a very, very definite transition from these greens on this side to that side. So in my palette, I've still got some of the lighter green or even the darker green. I'm just going to take a little bit of that on the tissue there. And I feel that I just want to just pop a few little flicks coming up from the edge here, almost just brushing across towards the wintry area, because it needs that little bit of green in there, don't it? Just to sort of say, well, okay, summer, autumn, now winter, you know? So it's the transition. You've all seen them images where you get a definite line going down. Well, on this one, I didn't want to do that. I wanted it all to mix together. So for me, it's important that we did this blend. It's like a blended seasonal rather than just a because that'd look very static. And again, just a few little bits of dry brush, and of course that's dry brush, almost using the side of the brush. So if you tap off the excess first, put some of the lighter or the darker green, doesn't really matter, just on the water's edge. On the water's edge on the other side, pick up some of that strong grey you've got on the tissue, you know, that real heavy grey, the thick grey. Tap off that excess and get right into the water's edge here. Let me show you. So I've got the tissue there, and then just use your brush and just get a nice clean line going along the edge, almost brushing back up into the landscape. Can you see I'm slightly brushing it back? You could do the same here as well, look. But if your area is a bit like mine, where it changes direction at some point, the point where it changes direction is the point to stop. So about there. You see? So on this side it's quite nice. You can pretty much go all the way along this edge. Remember that slight dry brush I mentioned? Tap off on the excess on the tissue before you apply it. A couple of strokes. That way you get a more natural looking edge, which always will make quite a difference. Work it back into your landscape a little bit. Work it above some of those lines you've scraped out. Can you see I've gone above the line here? See what I mean? And it makes it look as though it goes in and then out again. Same as on this side. Look, exactly the same. So as you brush these lines in from the edge, you can almost work it in between. And what a difference that makes. It really does. It's a good strong bit of grey. I'm tempted to go a little bit darker on the bottom edge here as well on the trees. Just a touch, just a thin line of this same on the tissue, dab in, and possibly even, and I'll stop and give you time then folks, on the left side of some of these tall trees, just a little bit of that darkness just coming in, just to give them an extra bit of a pop. Can you see what I mean by that? Sorry you can't, there you go. Can you see I've darkened one side? I'll show you that again folks, because I did kind of drift off a bit there. I got a bit excited, I got goosebumps. So you can just basically make sure the edge is quite dark, and up the side of those trees, the left side of the trees is what I'm interested in. Even here as well, look, just on the wintry side, pop a nice dark edge, and along the edge, and even just a few on these winter trees. Why not pop in a few little bits of grey on one side just to give them a bit of extra kick if you feel the need to. It just basically, you're putting shadows in the trees, aren't you? Can you see? But it's really important that you darken pretty much randomly all the way along the edge of that area, because it just makes everything stand out. It does. Nice. So a bit of dry brush never goes astray. Even on this beautiful footpath you've done, folks, with that gorgeous grey you've just mixed on the tissue there. Bit of a pinch this time though. And then you can go along the edge. And you can really make that look as though it's got a lovely bit of shadow or bit of earth or something. Almost little horizontal lines down the edge of the footpath. What a difference that makes. Can you see how it really gives it some shape? You can really tidy it up. See the nice horizontal strokes? It kind of makes it look a bit crisp. So you can see that little bit of grey. I would say pick up some of that brown you mixed and pop in some brown in that edge as well on the winter one. Very, very dry brush, folks, very dry brush, and that'll help the footpath have more shape. Okay, how are we doing, folks? Just a bit of sharpening up going off there, which I'm a big fan of, especially down the edge of that footpath. That looks stunning. And again, a nice dark edge along the tree line. Never fails to make a difference, that sort of thing. So a bit of fiddling around on the picture at this stage. That's where it's at the minute. I'll give you some time to faff, fiddle, tweak and adjust. This is the stage where every little bit you do will make such a difference. And don't forget, if you missed any of them bits, you can skip it back and you can have a little look. How are we doing, folks? Talking about toilet brushes, are we now in the chat? It's amazing. I know a good joke about toilet brushes. These two fellas go to this pub on a regular basis in the normal world, not in COVID times, obviously. And this one chap says, "My wife just picked up this amazing thing. It's called a toilet brush. You should get one." He says, "You know what? I think I will." So he gets his toilet brush, and then the week after, they're having the chat over a few beers, and he says, "How'd you get on with that toilet brush?" He said, "Brilliant." He said, "I like it, but my wife thinks it's a bit rough on the old buttocks." Moving on. Let's just start to put some detail in. Okay, so we've got the water. The water's looking quite bright. We need to bring some colours into the water, which means transparent, diluted. We've just lost 5 viewers at that point, which is quite funny. So let's go for the palette. Take a gander. Let's dilute this green, this light green. Let's also mix up some orange, unless you've run out of it, which is the red and the yellow, and add bags of water to that. So a nice pale orange. Very pale. I'll put the colours on screen. Pale orange, pale green. You can use those colours in the water. Let's start with the green. It's the water that I'm interested in now, folks. Bit of a tap on the tissue. On the spring side, do some horizontal lines in the water. Very pale. Bring it across to about halfway. So it starts to reflect a bit of the green. Does that make sense? It's very, very light, pale green. Okay? Very pale green, and it needs to be. Then if I do the same with the orange, don't forget the dab on the tissue, and we'll just get some orange, horizontal orange in the autumn area. What you call a glaze, folks, a very weak washer watercolour. That can come right down. And it just starts to bring some colour in. I'm also going to use some of that orange just to lightly glaze over this edge a little bit, because I just want to get a bit more autumnal colour in. Just every now and again, bring a little bit of this colour, just lightly skimming over the surface. Less is more. And it's a way of bringing it all together. So it was the green here and the orange there. In the middle, then I'll give you time to work on it. The dark green, which I'm going to dilute up massively. The darker green on the tissue, remember? I'm going to put some of that in the middle. Just little horizontal lines, quickly painted. Very weak, folks. It's important to say, test your colours please. This is 90% water, and it's what you call a watercolour glaze. And a glaze is a very transparent wash of colour that just kind of goes over just to give a bit of life to those areas. Hopefully you can see that. Okay, so I basically massively diluted the lighter green, which is the one that was more yellow, which was this one here. Massively diluted it, and then put some horizontal lines going across. And then I did the same with the orange, massively diluted in orange, horizontal lines where the autumn bit is. And then I did the darker green, which is this one here, and I did horizontal lines of that. Very watery colour. You can barely see it, but it is there, folks. The colour is just there. A hint of colour. It's a great way of just bringing something back to life. It really is. And it's a watercolour trick, really, you know. So it's this sort of lighter, more of a yellow green, it's the darker, more blue green, and then it's the orange there. And then literally right on the edge, right on the water's edge, we need to be a little bit darker. So that's where you bring in the grey, which I've just about got left. Now that can be quite strong, that grey, but I need to give it a tap on tissue a few times. So I've got a dry brush. And if I get close into this, literally in a one direction stroke, right from the edge, just a little bit of grey coming in. It helps to do them in one direction. What this does, it kind of sits everything down in my opinion, and even comes this way as well from this edge. So adding a few little bits of extra ripples in your water. You can see it's got quite a lot of colour coming in. So that's working all the way around the edge. If you've got a slight little bit of darker green left, in my case I need to mix more, which is not a major issue. It's tempting just to lightly, made up of horizontal lines, just reflect those trees a bit more. Made up of horizontal lines. The pine trees. So it just helps them to catch in the water. That one's a bit too far away. You could potentially creep a little bit in, but I wouldn't think you'd see any of that. But there's no harm if you feel that you want to get a few extra little bits in. There we go. So if you look at the reflections, what I've just added are the trees. You can see I've also reflected the couple that are at the sides. But the further away you go, the more reflections you see, as a rule. That was a slightly darker green. So it's like, it's a case of balance. You're sort of balancing it all together. So all them little bits we've just done in the water have made such a difference, and especially putting the grey on the edge, it kind of brings it all into one, rather than it looking too pale compared to that edge. So that's basically this landscape in. What we need to do now is add some foliage to this area, and of course we have winter, autumn, spring, summer, and that's going to make quite a big impact on the picture. I shall be using some white paint as well a little bit later. So Heather has just mentioned that our banks are looking a bit flat. What you can do, Heather, is on the summer side, I mean this is maybe something that all of you could think about doing. On the summer side in your palette here, this is the darker green, which is a yellow and of course a blue. Not a massively thick colour by any means, but a medium-ish green. Yeah, so on the summer side you could use a green. You would always give it a tap on tissue, and working up from the edge and over, up and over, you could add some height to the picture. You can sort of go up and then go horizontally. And if yours looking a bit flat around this area anyway, it's not a bad idea to add a little bit of that, because it helps. On the autumn side of the river, down here, I would use the same colour, to be honest. I would keep it simple. Up and over. It's the angle. Can you see it goes up and then across? And that's important to get that shape right. There you go. But obviously watch out for it having too much towards the snow. Over where the snowy bit is, over here, have you got in your palette some violet? I've got some violet here. There's some violet. Not strong, pale violet. Let's add a bit of shape to the footpath. Go up and over. Up and across. Can you see I'm going up and then across? Same here, up and over. Notice the change in direction. Now, to make those lines settle in a bit more, simply clean the brush, and then just on the top of them just glaze over with a bit of water, and it just puts a bit of shape into the snow. Quite important on this one, I think. So you can do it on this edge as well. So it goes from the snow into the summer. It's really effective, that, actually. Just a simple thing like popping a few lines on works a bloody treat. Bloody marvellous, bloody beautiful picture. Oh, that's good, beautiful. Ooh. Every little helps. Done it. Does that help, Heather? Hopefully. I think that's something that you could all do a bit of, if I'm being honest. Get a bit of shape. You can't go wrong. And when you put the violet on this side here, folks, right on the right side of the picture, you may decide that it's not quite strong enough, so just grab a bit more and just go right in the corner, a little bit just in the corner, just to give it a bit of an extra lift. Can you see? It just helps. Shadows is one thing I like to put a lot of time into. I need shadows to be right for you. So we have a very clean, crisp looking landscape here, folks. And if we was to pop a mount on this at this point, we can see it's a clean up, uninterrupted landscape. But what's missing from it is a bit of foliage, some overhanging trees with some winter, with some summer, some flowers on the spring, some autumnal colours on some tall grasses coming through. Those are all the bits that we're going to work on. Gonna, bit of Derbyshire, gonna work on, which will really make a big difference. Yes, you can use aquashine. Why not? Bugger the expense, put a bit of aquashine on. White paint's going to feature quite a lot, but it's now time for detail, which is my favourite bit. I'll say that to you now. What we have, folks, is a couple of brushes that I'm going to use here. This one is a rigger brush, which is a long pointy brush, if you've got it. If not, just use a number 6 brush. If you look at the number 6 on the left, you can see it's quite pointy anyway, so it's not bad for doing the detail. This is a large branch, sorry, a small branching detail brush. I want to use that, and I'm going to pop in some detail. If you've not got a rigger brush or a branching detail brush, because basically on the inside of that brush is a rigger brush, and it's surrounded by this outer sort of reservoir. Whatever brush you've got works, folks, and I'd say that this is a big stage to be at. This is going to make quite a difference. This is going to pull it all together. Looking forward to this bit, okay? It depends how far away you are with reflections. I spent a lot of time studying. People often get mixed up with shadows and reflections. Totally different. A reflection is a downward, and it depends how far away you are to how long a reflection is. To me, they look fine, but please never get shadows and reflections mixed up. I've seen people say to me in the past, well, if your sun's here, why have you got a straight reflection? Surely it should be that way, but it's a mirror. The closer you are, the less likely you would see of this. The further back you were stood, then there you go. That's how that would work to me. I think it looks quite cool having a little reflection there. But again, don't get mixed up. Okay, let's have a look at the palette. We've got this pointy brush here, folks. Now, a bit earlier we mixed this thick brown and grey. So I'll get some more grey. I want to either use a 6 or a pointy brush at this point. It's up to you which brush you want to use, of course. So I've got a strong grey, and I've got this brown as well. Now I want to pick up the brown. You can use natural brown at this point, by the way. Load up the brush. Load up this nice brush. This branch brush or your number 6 brush. Now here's a good tip. Rotate the brush through your fingers, whether it's a 6 or a rigger. Drag it over the edge. So what you've got is a nice point on your brush, okay? Now that, because it's a branching detail brush, it's loaded up. If you've not got those, just use a 6 or a rigger. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. You can get away with it. And let's pop in some detail. Let's come down here, folks, and have a look at what we can do. From the banking, I want to get some branches. Now if you notice, I'm using this brush like a pen, and I am making use of the point. Very important. Little branches poking up along the water's edge, okay? So it could be, you know, a little bit of an old tree or a bush or a shrub or something. Bring it out. You can bring as many of these or as few as you like. Always put a few finer ones on the edges. Always do that. Now I tend to get into the habit of rotating the board when I'm doing this kind of thing, just because it just find it easier, especially if I'm working on an easel. I mean, it's not advisable to work on an easel. I do because I'm a demonstrating artist, so it really depends on how you like to work. But a few branches, a few twigs, This is the sort of dark browny colour I'm using. Make sure the colour's strong. Remember to mix brown. You do orange with a bit of blue, and that'll go to a nice brown. Now if I turn that the right way, you can see I've got this kind of silhouetted, sort of skeletal, sort of wintry type tree, which is fine. At the bottom of those, it's worth just sort of flicking the brush, just to help them to sit. Again, if you can't use a rigger brush because you haven't got one, then just use a number 6 brush. Okay, that's quite nice. Now I would also be doing a little bit of this. I'll turn it this way, folks. Stick with me. I'll give you time on this. Don't worry, I've got bags of time on this picture. It's nice. It's been quite a relaxed picture, this one, I think. I've enjoyed doing it. Over this side, the same colour. Right in the bottom corner, and bring it in. Feel free to use a stronger grey if you want to. Now this is a bit clumsy on an easel. We talk about easels being awkward to work on. Well, this is a prime example because it is right in the corner. Bring that in. Now I want to turn this upside down because I'm having difficulty getting to that corner. Now you can alternate between the grey and the brown here, but whatever you do, make use of the point of the brush always, and you can bring these quite high up. Now of course over the top of this we'll be adding some foliage, so if you're thinking why is he painting winter trees in the autumn bit, well we're not. This is just the next stage, folks. It'll grow on you, hey? Don't give it your day job. I love that in that corner. Turn it the right way. Let me show you what we've got, folks, down here. Beautiful. There we go. Can we see we've got some branches? Branches. Same from this corner as well. I think you get the gist. We're going to have the spring, summer, autumn. Can't go wrong. Down here, don't be afraid. Be terrified. Bring it in. These can go right up it over the grass. Bloody hell! See what I mean? This is a dramatic change in it, eh? This is like a proper midlife crisis going off here, sticking these trees in. I like it. I like it. I'm liking this bit, folks. It's getting me all excited here. I'll sit down in a minute. Again, you know, it makes sense to rotate your board around so you can see what's happening. Like I said, I'll give you time to work on this. I don't think I'm just sort of rushing through it. I will give you time to paint these things in, but it's nice. It frames the picture well. It's a nice little stage to be at. You know, don't be afraid to bring these things quite high if you want to. You can almost paint over the background. Nice. Really effective that when you start to pull something like that into a picture. Let's turn it back the right way, folks. You can see what I've got then. Let's just zoom back. There you go. We have branches in the two corners and some off centre here. And of course it'd be nice to get the transition between all these different branches. Now I'll give you a nice tip in a second. When you're painting in trees, I'll give you a nice way that you can add the distance to them. If you've got a shaky hand, that does actually help, yes. If not, you can take your paintbrush and you can strap it to one of them things you've got in your house, upstairs in your house. What you know, that vibrates, an electric toothbrush, and you could use that. Now, okay, enjoying painting branches, great fun. We're going to have some, and this is up to you, but we're going to have some coming down here. Whoa! Bring them down there. If you want to, it's optional. Of course, all this will add to the winter and autumn and spring theme, because what's the main thing that you think about when you think of seasons, of course, is trees. So without a question, you want to get these coming over, overlapping all these areas. In the corner. Just play around with which colour you decide to use. I mean, at the minute I'm using the brown, but then next time it might be the grey. So you can see I'm bringing these right over. And having the branching detail brush means that you don't have to worry about reloading every few seconds, because it holds it in the reservoir. Okay? Nice. Now, of course, on the opposite side, you might decide to bring in a few coming this way, and we shall put some snow on these ones as well a little bit later. As well as some autumn leaf, of course. That's probably enough, folks. So I've got more on that side and that side, but over here we're going to put all the different seasonal foliage on. But I want to leave that on screen for you and let you add as many or as few as you like. So I've gone for the two corners. I have gone quite high with it on the left side. I mean, that's up to you if you want to take it as high as I have done. But I don't see why it's why not to. It's quite nice there. And of course this will give us all the different foliage. Now, I did mention a bit of a tip. Once you've got to a stage where you're kind of happy with what you've got branches wise, what I suggest you do is you dilute, lift out some of the brown, just the brown, and dilute it. So you've made the colour much paler. This one's optional. I always think it's nice if you've got a lighter version of the same colour. Give it a tap on tissue to go in to some of the branches, especially the overhanging ones like these, and paint in some transparent versions, because what I always feel that does, it gives extra life to it and it pushes them further away. Can you see how them branches look as though they're slightly further back? Because the paint is quite simply diluted. Okay, So this is just a lighter version of the same colour. That's all it is. And again, it just adds a bit of extra depth to the branches. You can just sort of paint them straight over everything else, but it's up to you. I like to see that. It's the same brown, just a little bit diluted. That's all it is. And of course, if you want to do any of them down here, I wouldn't bother too much, but you could always add a few lighter ones in and around these areas as well. As you can see down there. But again, it's not one of those things I would lose sleep if I didn't put that in. Especially at there, because you can't really see it that well, to be honest. But certainly at the top, love it at the top. Looks great. Now, white paint is going to feature quite a bit, Peter, so I'll just mention that to you, Peter Kimberley, on the chat. Don't worry about that, but it's a case of bringing some seasonal foliage, flowers and branches, etc. Now, that's the next phase, but I want to give you a few minutes to get some branches in. Think about the lighter branches too, because it really does make quite a difference, don't it? Time for a quick coffee, I think. Just the job. A brew. A nice Americano. Get some caffeine down the gullet. Right. I'm looking forward to getting some foliage on. Some foliage. Now, a little bit different to what we've done in the past, because at these workshops we put foliage on, but this time we want to give it some texture and some character. We can do this, can't we? Yes, we can. Let's have a little goosey gander at the palette. Down here. That there palette. It looks like a murder scene. CSI Derbyshire. What we're going to do, folks, is just with the number 6, let's have a little look at what's happening here. We certainly want some new colours, if I'm honest. We're not quite got all the colours we need here. This is the grey, which is fine. We'll leave that. The brown's gone a bit grey, if I'm honest, so I'm just going to mix myself up a nice brown here. Yellow with a bit of red, and then that touchy blue. It's the same brown we've been using all the time. If you've got natural brown, it's fine. Not too thick though this time, so I'm diluting it down. Let me pop the colour here. That was the brown. That was the previous brown, and this is what it is now. So you can see it's much paler. Green. Okay, now listen, I've run out of yellow, so I'm going to get myself some more yellow. We want to be prepping quite a few colours here, folks, for this one now. So if you can all sort of prep with me, let's get prepping together. A nice bright green and a nice dark green. Okay, so the lighter green more yellow, like this one here, and this one more blue. I mean, that's pretty much what we've been doing all the way through this. 2 greens, 50 shades of green. Is that the Irish version? Can I say that? Yeah, of course I can. So we've got a sort of strongish green and a lightish yellow. Yeah? Let's separate these off. Look at that. Nice. And then of course you want some autumn. Bit of autumn. Beautiful. Now you can go to town on whatever colours you want, but if I mix a nice orange, yellow and a bit of red, that'll give me a nice golden orange. Let's pop it just here, look. You could always do one a bit darker as well, yellow and a bit more red. So quite a collection of colours here, folks, you know, so just to make sure you've got what's happening here. 2 greens, 1 more yellow, 1 more blue. Yeah, pretty straightforward, that's them. Brown, diluted, perfect. So that's orange with a little teeny weeny bit of blue. Then we've got some autumn colours. This one's more yellow, this one's more red, but basically yellow and red. Now, when I say I want to do it a bit different, I want to use a different, a little bit of a, I want to use a, that was a dramatic pause. I want to use a bit of a different technique. Let's get close up to these top trees first. Let's look at the spring and summer. Let's pick up that lightest green, number 6 brush, removing the excess and pinching the brush flat. Hold it like this, flat to your paper, and stroke the paper. Can you stroke the paper? For the spring, the soft, feathery, springy branches. Leaves, even. Let me get as close as I can. Practice the technique, folks, okay? Literally, wipe off the excess colour and use the bright one. And just pop a little bit of a glaze, a dry brush glaze over the top here. You sort of drag it across the paper a little bit to put a bit of that on. Now, then you would simply use the same colour and you would do some some spring leaf. Now obviously we know in the spring you don't get a huge amount of leaf necessarily. Well, it depends what time of year it is, I suppose, but it's the springs when it all starts to be fresh and green and everything. So that's why a little bit more yellow does actually work quite well. So I'm spotting around alongside what I've just done to make it look springy. That's very much the lighter green. I'd go straight into the darker green and pop in some darker ones as well for shadow, for variation, and so on and so on. And then as you go over to where you think it's merging into summer, you can do some quite large summer leaf, just little spots of summer leaf. Wherever you think that transition line is, and those lines of course will disappear in the picture. So mine's kind of here, the summer leaf, so I'm just doing a bit more basically. And I can almost use those lines as a guide. Does this make sense? I'm just doing the dark green and I'm just spotting. I'm not doing the dry brush texture, I'm just basically spotting where I think it needs some summer leaf. I'm dotting away. Now, for variation, there's no harm in bringing some of the lighter colour in, of course, but it just wants more quantity. Now, what's really starting to get interesting here, folks, is I'm starting to move over from the summer. This is great fun, this. Moving over from the summer into the autumn now, look, because there's the autumn. There's my autumn line from earlier, which I could just about make out the pencil line from earlier. So you can see how I'm going from the green here, making sure that looks really nice. Happy with that. And then obviously before I go into the autumn colours, I would clean my brush, and then I can now bring in the autumn. Little spots, and again I'm not doing that dry brush because that was only for the spring effect really. So that comes over, that's the sort of brighter colour. The transition from the seasons, love that. So that nice autumnal colour coming in. And of course, in your palette, there's a couple of autumn colours, so you can bring in some of the darker one as well. Well, it's more orange rather than darker. And of course, we get some over here as well, starting to come in. So let me show you the story so far, folks. Can you see how we've gone from a very sort of almost a sparse tree, more foliage, now into the autumn, and I'm literally jumping around the picture, not physically with the brush. It's not some kind of weird ritual that's going off here, yeah. But it is the season for weird rituals, is it not? Halloween. Really nice that. What a difference that's making. I'm loving this. So just a quick little glance at the palette shows you that there's two autumn colours. More yellow, more red. Now, in my sketch, my winter is about here. So I want to do the autumn as far as I feel I can get away with. And the transition from the autumn to the winter is really cool, because what you do, alright, I'll show you. What you do here is you move in. If I could talk, because I'm that excited I can't talk. Calm myself down. Calm myself down. I've just had a bag of chocolate buttons, that's what it is. You'd go for. That's all it takes, a bag of chocolate buttons. We're talking Cadbury's buttons here, so we're talking premium. Let's go straight into this brown. Now this was the brown that we mixed here, this one, okay? Not too strong. No need to clean brushes, really. And then we start to bring in just a few, and here's the thing, just a few brown leaf where it starts to go into the winter. Just a few brown leaves, folks, just a few, very few and far between for these ones is what I would say. Less is more for the brown. because you get a few little leaves left, don't you, in the winter, but nothing major. But just those few little bits of brown leaf. I have nicked Jacob's buttons, yes. I'll be honest. I went in for a coffee and kind of thought, oh, Cadbury's buttons, that sounds good to me. So if you look at these, folks, you can see I've not put many at all on, but I'm absolutely loving the transition from the autumn into the winter. They're really nice. It is. Just putting a few more autumn leaf on there, more the yellow based colour as we used before. So I'm revisiting some of the summer and some of the spring just to get a bit of extra character, because I can sort of look back at the picture and I can see that, you know, obviously it goes from spring, summer, autumn, winter, looking good. Just a little brush stroke's all you need for the leaf, you know. Now if you remember the brushstroke that we did a little bit earlier on, the sort of dry brush mark over here on the spring, well, I want to do a little bit of that on the winter tree. Let me show you. So I want to zoom in close to it for you, for the winter tree. There it is. You can see that line, can't you, where it goes from autumn to winter. The brown colour that we used over there, wipe it almost dry and pinch your brush spiky. And then ever so lightly, practice it first, but just lightly skim some of the edges on the winter tree. Can you see that? Very, almost using the side of the brush, folks. Always practice that technique first. Don't just dive straight into that one. That's something to think about, having a bit of a practice. You just sort of tap your paper and it uses the divots of the paper, which is really effective. Love to see that, it's great. Excellent. Lovely, jubbly. Quite addictive as well doing this, to be honest. It is. Many years ago, I've painted a few pictures like this over the years, you know, going from one season to another. We did one where I'd like looking through a window, looking at the 4 seasons, but I mean this one's like a blend between them, which is what I wanted it to be right from day one. Because most people just paint like 4 separate pictures, but this was always meant to be a seasonal transition from the yellows into the greens, into the autumn, and then of course into the browns of the winter. Really happy with this. Let's have a little zoom back, folks, and have a little think about how we can pop some foliage, of course, on these trees. Very similar. This one wants yellows to make it pop. The springy area needs some yellows to make it pop, but looking really good. Exactly the same logic, folks, long as you know where your transition is, it's gonna there you go again. It's gonna make sense. Gonna. Okay, so let's use some of the greens here on this tree. Don't be afraid to even bring in some thick yellow with a spot of blue on this one, because you want to be seeing some of the foliage, of course. And of course it doesn't want a huge amount. I mean, literally, if you look at the palette, I can take, let's get close into this, you can see I can almost take a thick yellow straight from the blob, mix it over the top of your green paint, so you've got that opacity to your colour, and then you can sort of go in and give it a few spots and blobs, which is lovely. And it works nice, don't it? It does. A few little bits of spring foliage. It's not a bad idea to put some darker green there as well, so you can see it. Look. So I've actually got some of the green that's got more blue in it, because it's working over the top of another area, so obviously you want to be able to see this, don't you? So I'm just basically jittering around again. Alternating all the colours. This one in the middle here is that's my autumn transition. So obviously I'd have the green. Put some green on here. And then, so it's about there where the autumn kicks in, so then I would change into the autumn, of course. Which means cleaning the brush. Never put green in with the orange, because it'll contaminate it. Then you could pop some bits of orange in there. Even a few bits of brown, you know, to represent a bit of the end of the season kind of thing. But it's the same kind of logic, you know. You're changing from one colour to the other. There you go. Of course, over here you can use more of the brown based colours. Pop some of the last little bits of winter foliage on. I'd say not a huge amount, folks, on this area, but just a little bit of the brown, of course, would be really effective. And it's just doing hundreds and not thousands of little spots. Which is good. And then of course, if you want to add any autumn bits on the ends of these, you've got that option, because you're getting towards that where the autumn merges with the winter there. So now, as always, I will be bringing some white into this, folks, and that's going to make such a difference. Just want to mention, we are 95% full for the workshop on the 23rd of October. That's the Friday one. People's been booking all the way through on this one, so people's loving the idea of doing this scene. Of course, it's the penguins. It's the penguins in the Antarctic. So if you're on the fence, get yourself booked in, folks, because at the end of the live stream, which will be in the next sort of 15 minutes or so, I imagine, we'll be picking a winner to the £100 worth of art materials. Anybody that's booked on so far will get the chance to win that that prize. And it's just a random number generator, basically, and it picks a number, and whatever number comes out, it depends on the order that you booked. But if number 55 comes out, for example, the 55th person that booked would win the prize. If you've not received your prize yet, we've still got some paintings here to send out. They always get sent eventually, so don't you worry. Nice, that's looking good. Let's have a little sort of look around the scene, folks. We can see where we've got the bits of the autumn, the different seasons there. Look at that, stunning. We've not finished yet though, folks, because we're going to put some white in, and we're going to mix the white with some yellow to get some flowers around and just add that little bit of extra texture. So if anyone's thinking we're missing a few flowers or anything, we've not done it yet. We'll get there. Anticipation is the best bit, apparently. So they say. Oh, there you go. Someone's mentioned. Oh, Laura. Yes. Hello, Laura. Yes. We are doing some flowers. Don't you worry about that one. If you've got some of the autumn colour left, it's not a bad idea. Just around here, you know, a bit of the orange. Pop in a few little bits of autumn leaf, just to give a bit of added interest. Bit of dog poo. If anyone did struggle to make a booking online, you can always try again now, or you can give us a call after the workshop is finished. And the phone number was on the email that had the link on. But if you tell me that you're doing that, folks, I'll include you in the prize draw, of course. Now at this stage, especially at the top, you may look at the picture and you think, you know something, I could probably get away with a few more branches here and there. So you've always got that as an option, of course. I mean, I feel I want a few more branches over the autumn. So I'm bringing in a few more branches around here. But I think pretty much it's at a stage where there's enough foliage happening. At this point. The stronger green that's in your palette, personally, you can see the colour here, like this one. I'd pop some of this on the branch brush, or the rigger, or whatever brush you're using for detail, and have a little think about adding a few grasses to the edge, to this edge here, look. Just make it look a little bit more. See, I put some little blades of grass right in the foreground, folks. It just helps to give some interest to the picture. It's also worth over this side, over the springy side, popping in a few lines of that colour around the darker green from the water's edge, just little random lines of it. I think it just puts a bit of shadow in the green. Something to think about. So that was just a bit of dark green. On the winter area, around the footpath and around that foreground branch, the brown that you've just used for doing the leaf, you could add a few grasses poking out the snow. Little flicks down the footpath. You see them little bits of, little sort of tufts of grasses, you could say they are. If that makes sense. Always a few just kind of poking out there, aren't they, you know? Now, quite often in the autumn, in the winter actually, there's always the last few little bits left, isn't there? Those little berries and things, you know. So if you've got any of the red left, why not just down here pop in some little bits of red, little sort of berries on the ends of these. It'll just give a bit of colour to the picture. I would say less is more, but a little bit of red, a few little spots of red's not a bad idea. In that corner, just a few little dots of it would work quite well. Now my white paint, which is dried up now, so it's not usable, it's turned into a pair of breasts actually. Can you see? Let's save that. Like one of them little, there you go. I like one of them little sort of things that you see in the old Victorian houses, them marble statues. It's a bit lopsided, but there you go. Sorry, it's that coffee's kicking in. What I might do, folks, is I'm just going to top that up with a bit of extra white. It's like a scene from Total Recall now, if you've ever seen it. I've popped some fresh white paint on there, folks, because it does need it. It does need a little bit of white. And let me show you what I want to do with the white. Bit of water. Mix it in so the white, of course, is fluid. And we're going to rotate the brush so we get a little bit of a point on it. And I'm going to pop up here to the winter foliage, and I want to pop in some spots of white, some snow-covered leaf. I want to get a few of them. That's going to be really effective. So we can stipple or spot the white in. If your brush is fine enough, you could even think about adding some snow-covered branches, of course, which will be very, very effective. If you feel that brush is too big for it, then obviously you can use something a little bit smaller. But a nice bit of snow-covered branch would obviously help the winter to autumn transition. There we go. It's quite effective, isn't it? A bit of white on the branch. Yeah, you've kind of missed the breast now, Joseph. I mean, that one's practically popped. It's obviously a fake one, but there's kind of one left there, look on the side. There it is. Oh, we'll never get that again. You have to rewind it and have a look. A few winter leaf as well, like we mentioned, folks. Just a few little bits where the snow's stuck to the branches. It just looks so nice, it really does, and it just adds that nice bit of winter atmosphere to it. And then down here, of course, the winter sort of foliage. If you want to put any white around there, of course, you've got the option to to use it, just go for it. And even a few little flicks to represent some white just on the edges of some of the snow. And someone did mention to me before we had our bit of a break about they said that the snow wasn't as white in the mountains as they would have liked. Well, if you drop up to the peak where you'd imagine it to be nice and white and just literally drop in a bit of white, there's no harm in all of us doing that if you feel the need to. It'll make it look more wintry, of course. And if you do put any white on, like I've just put here, it looks a bit false. All you do, dead easy, clean your brush, wipe it on the tissue a few times, and just use a bit of water to sort of blend the white in. It sort of softens it in. It looks nice and frosty when you do that, I always think, which of course is good for a winter scene. And winter is probably my favourite season to paint. I love the winter scenes. I like doing the winter vignettes. I'm a huge fan of doing them. I've actually put some white on the detail brush just because I feel like, I'm just going to turn this on the side, sorry. Just because I feel like I want to drop in a few wintry, almost snow-covered branches and some grasses on that edge, and even a few extra snowy branches coming down here if you feel the need to. Again, I keep saying that every time because it really is up to you. But a bit of white, a few white branches here and there. Doesn't look too much out of place, does it? Now, a couple of people have reminded me about adding some yellow flowers or any colour flowers to the spring side. That would work better than the summer. I think summer's pretty much just nice as it is. So if you wanted to add any extra colour to the spring side, which would be good for balance, because if you think about it, we've used quite a bit of white over here for the winter side, as you can see here. But on the spring side, it wants a bit of colour for balance. So certainly, I would suggest, and you can do this with any colour really, I would take a nice thick blob of yellow. Let's have a look. There it is. Stick it in the palette. Mix it in with some white, because you want to be seeing this against the background. So you need to mix some yellow and white together. Otherwise, you won't see it, because a yellow is a very transparent colour, folks. Okay, so yellow, almost like gouache, acrylic, and of course if you've not got white watercolour, you could always use a bit of that, a bit of gouache or acrylic. And then over here, I would say on the spring side, which kind of finishes about here, I would say a few little nice bright yellow flowers, whether they be daffodils or whatever you think they are. I mean, at that distance, they're just going to be a spot, aren't they? So. Certainly a few little bits of that would be quite effective, yeah? We'll pop some green in for balance as well. Pop some around there as well. Sort of on the water's edge. It's nice to see a change in colour. Now, there's quite a few areas. That's my transition line here, so that's where I'm going to be stopping. So if you do use this, make sure you mix it quite thick so you can see it against the background. Now I would suggest as well is once you put some yellow flowers in, anywhere that you feel, of course, you could pop some further back if you want as well. Little rows of yellow flowers. I would suggest that you add a little bit of blue to that to make it go more green. So a very light sort of springy green. Still with the white though. That's a nice spring green. Because over this area of foliage, if it's looking a bit lost, think about spotting in some light green over the top of this tree. In those areas. Look at that. Really pops, don't it? Where it's a bit dark, add some spring, that sort of bright green that you get on your birch trees in the spring, which is very, it's almost like a silvery kind of colour. Looks really effective, it does. Works nice. Adding those extra little bits that really give that bit of, you know, oomph to it. Now if you do put those yellow flowers on, and to give them more of a base, my advice to you is try and get yourself some green, some dark green, or something what's left in the corner of the palette, wipe it dry, and just sort of scrape along some horizontal lines of dark green around them, just to give them a bit of a base. Put a few spots and dots. I mean, at that distance these will be tiny, so just a few little sort of spots and dots of green around the yellow would just help to give them a bit more of a spring or flower atmosphere rather than a spring atmosphere. But obviously we get flowers all the way through the summer as well, don't we? But it's a case of you decide where you want the colour to be. Smashing. I'm just popping a few little white spots around the flowers as well, folks, just to give a bit more of a flowery feel, you know. And of course having some white will help to balance the picture quite nicely. Well done for sticking through this one, because it's been such an interesting project. I mean, you've pretty much, this has been a total crash course in landscape painting, this one. Anything missing from it is buildings. Like I say, folks, I shall be picking the winner very soon of the competition as well, so the £100 giveaway. So a couple of minutes on that, still time to book, of course. I would also suggest, as almost as a finishing touch on this, if you've got a nice craft knife, sharp one, think about adding some horizontal to the water. Even if you use almost the flat of a blade, especially on the winter mountain, you can almost sort of scrape off a little bit of texture. Just a gentle scrape, even on the summer one, because it'll just bring texture to it. You almost put the blade flat and scrape it. You can use sandpaper to do this as well. Notice I'm just lightly scraping along the horizon where the land and the trees meet. And even along the footpath to make it look a bit more frosty. You might possibly decide, folks, if you've got any random bits of green paint or anything left, just to pop a few more little sort of tall grasses across this foreground area, or even some of the brown, or even some of the grey. You can pop a few little extra bits of branches and twigs and things around this foreground. It just all helps the picture, really. You know, like sort of down here in this corner. It's all optional stuff, but it just somehow sort of frames it. Okay. If you want to sort of go a little bit of an extra mile on the summer section, if you've got a bit of green left and a pointy brush, have a little think about adding some lines to represent fields with spots on. Some vertical lines for trees. See what I mean? These are optional things, folks. And if you cast your minds back, for those who did the picture looking through the window, we did a little bit of this, didn't we? I'd probably just do it on the summer, because it's quite a bare. The summer's not the most exciting of scenes to paint, is it? You know, so adding a little bit of, because I mean summer's just green or green normally, so adding a little bit of extra sort of distant fields. Have a think about those. I'll leave them on for you for a second, and a few spots to represent. But I would probably only do that on the summer area, to be fair. Now, people often aren't sure of the angle what to do on these, so let me give you the quick crash course in how to get these right. The angle of the field is almost the same angle as the hill that surrounds it. What I mean by that is, look at that line here. It's almost the same as the angle of the mountain at the back of it, and that one's almost the same as that angle there. So as long as you match those two angles, it will work for you. And actually it's quite nice because it just adds a little bit more interest into the summer scene in the middle. Does that make sense? Hopefully those little bits I've just done, folks, a quick recap, are almost the finishing touches, in my opinion. So craft knife was used. Craft knife was used quite a lot. It was used in the scraping horizontally in the water along the horizon. Use the side of the blade to get a bit of texture to the wintry hills, or even just in general in the summer hills as well, but because it does actually add a nice bit of light to it, you sort of scrape the paint off and it just adds a bit extra texture. It's never a bad thing to do, put it that way. Even in the grass and the footpath, makes it look just that little bit extra frosty, I always think. And then of course it was using some green to put some fields around there in the middle where the summer is, because it's quite an exposed area, that, so it's not a bad idea to do that. I've just grabbed a little bit of blue on the tip of the brush here, folks. I just want to pop in a little bit of a horizontal blue, a few blue ripples across that lowest part of the water as an optional thing to do. Something that you can decide. I'll pop this little frame on here because I am at a stage, I want to pick the winner, but I've popped the mount on there because I want you to see the finished picture while I do that, and I'll leave that on screen for you. Well, that certainly is a painting of all four seasons going across from the spring with the yellow flowers into the summer and the transition to the autumn. And my favourite bit, of course, is the winter every time. Let's zoom back and look at this scene, folks. And I'm loving the overhanging branches. It really adds something to it, don't it? Well done for sticking through this one, folks. Lots of interest on that one. Thanks for joining me on the 30th workshop. Lovely. Let's have a look who's won then, folks. Let's give me a couple of minutes to pick the winner. Remember, this is for £100 worth of art materials. I'm just kicking the camera there. Right, folks, so we have a winner, and of course the winner was could have been anybody that was booked into next week's workshop, and it just picked it out totally at random, and the winner is Francis Ipsum. Francis Ipsum, well done to Francis. You win £100 worth of watercolour stuff. Francis Ipsum, well done to Francis. £100 prize will be sent out to you in the next week or so. That's a mixture of paints, brushes, palettes and books. Got some nice watercolour books to send out as well. So well done to Francis Ipsum. Yeah, well done, and well done to everybody that's taken part in that. That's been in my top 5 favourite pictures to do because it's just gone through the seasons. Hopefully it's captured that transition from one season to another. Don't forget to head on over to the Facebook page Matthew Palmer Artist, because I will be posting this on there very soon, and I'd love you to put your paintings in the comments because I love to see what you guys have been up to. Even if you're watching this at a later stage, head on over to Facebook. It's always nice to see. You'll get an email with a copy of this picture sent out to you very soon with a link to review. This is yours to keep. Still got a few spaces left for this. It has been filling up very quickly, so thanks to everyone that's booked into this one. Friday the 23rd. I've got quite a busy week coming up, folks. So the week of the 19th of October. I'm actually working at Hochanda doing TV shows Tuesday and Wednesday. Tomorrow's prep all day for that, and a few meetings and things. So I'll possibly could maybe squeeze in a live demo at some point over the next 5 days. But remember, I'm doing this on Friday as well, so I'm not quite sure. But certainly you can catch me on TV. Keep an eye on the Facebook page. 5 watercolour TV shows with brand new demos happening. You can watch it on Sky, you can watch it on Freeview, you can watch it on FreeSat, you can watch it on Sky TV. People overseas can watch it online. There'll be all the information will be on Matthew Palmer Artist. Always keep an eye on that, folks. And yeah, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to do that one. Well done to Francis Ipsum for winning the £100 worth of art materials. See you Friday. Don't forget to get people booked on, folks. Can't wait for that. Super picture of penguin. It's been a pleasure, as always.